evening. It is episode 195, the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. And it is the head. Yes, it is. It is belated birthday boy and head of Opeachy, Bobby Burrell, in the Garage of Knowledge. Good evening, the Burrell.
Happy birthday, Bobby!
Yes, it is the first. You're all being warned. It is the first of several. If you've been following the channel for a while, there are a lot of July birthdays associated with this channel. The Burrell had his birthday yesterday. My birthday is a week today. So it's going to be on next Friday is going to be my birthday live stream, birthday extravaganza, which is to say, basically, I need fresh beer. Basically, I will order beer this week and get fresh beer. So we got that going on. And good news is I'm past the stage of COVID where I can actually taste it. So tonight, Carlos gets to taste his beer. Oh my God. This is very exciting. This is very exciting.
Well, I think you had beer the other day. So
I did, but it was basically water to me at that point.
Okay.
I did it just because I had it. I was like, okay.
Doesn't go away, though.
It's true, but if I'm having one, it's not really that big a deal. No. But I wasn't getting to enjoy the experience. It was just exactly. So anyway, so the point is that so now I will be able to have a more conventional enjoyment of my beer tonight. So that'll be good. So the next week, and then of course Brandon Baubles and Ball Cards also has a July birthday, and I believe there's one more that I'm thinking of. I don't remember if Wes is one as well. Anyway, there's a bunch of July birthdays I know. Anyway, there's a bunch. So good evening, Josh. It's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos's live. That's right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Global here. Good day, you're for humans and Derek. Appreciate that. Thank you, Global.
Yeah.
Joe said, good evening, Carlos and gang. Happy belated birthday, Bobby B. That's right. Absolutely. Good stuff. So we got a couple of things we'll touch on tonight. It's pretty open-ended because obviously we're still a couple of weeks from the National. It is still a little bit of a dead zone. So we'll touch on a couple of the small things. We'll have a little bit of fun with it. But it is open. If there's something specific you'd like us to touch on, hit us with it. It's probably a good night to hit on a couple of topics as people think of them. So Big Scott, good evening. Good evening to you. Absolutely. So I think that works. And then I'll share one. I'll share kind of a light one to start off with. We'll have a little fun with it. Good evening, Orlando, and good evening, Jeff. Perfect. All right. Let's start off with this one. This one's kind of an easy one. A bunch of you folks know that I'm a big fan of poker. I enjoy very much. See, Eric, did I call it or did I call it? Yeah. All right, we'll get to that in a second. Let me have a little fun with one first, and then we'll get to it. Let me have a little fun with this one, and then we'll get to this one. All right, so a bunch of you know that I'm a big fan of poker. I have a lot of fun with it. The World Series of Poker event is on right now, and obviously that's a lot of different tournaments, and a lot of that's been going on. I've been keeping an eye on it. I have a Poker Go subscription, so I can watch it. But right now, we've started the main event. The main event is like the classic, the big one. That was when Chris Moneymaker won in 02 or 01 or whatever. It started the poker boom. He won that big one, and there was a lot of them, so there was a lot going on there. Kathy says, happy birthday, Bobby. That's ice cream cake. Wow. With the emoji. Kathy's ready to go on that one. So anyway, so we've got the big event going on.
It was
a $10,000 main event. Maybe. $10,000 main event. So we had that going on. And obviously a lot of you know about the infamous Blez brothers. Blez 1 and Blez 2, as I shall henceforth call them because I cannot remember their freaking names. There's the one who does all the sports betting. And then there's the other one who has taken poker opportunities like this to go and open boxes of cards. He's literally used time extensions in the past in order to actually open up a box of cards, promoting the hobby, quote unquote. We'll call it promoting the hobby in quotation marks for the hell of it. But I was laughing because I saw this. So here we go. Jared Blesnick. So this one is Jared. He's, like I said, Blez 1 or Blez 2, whichever one you consider that one to be. So we'll get into that. So I'll quickly share it, just the screen here. I'll include a link in the description. It's a YouTube short. So I muted it because frankly, he's very annoying. And also it gives the whole, all the description there. It's at the top. It gives the entire thing. So literally the players are sitting there at the World Series of Poker. He's at a feature table and he opens up a case of Sapphire. He's literally just there. He grabs the box. He does this whole song and dance, the spiel, explains everything about it and how it's like $1,000 a box, which I think is probably about right. So he's doing this whole thing, but then literally the tournament is going on. Hands are being dealt and it's his turn right now to act. He's got the cards in front of him and we have to take a moment to do the whole spiel before he can continue. So he's going to open one up every single level as long as he's in the tournament. And he's nice enough to let everybody know he's going to be hanging on to all the cards. He'll let people see him open the cards, but he'll be hanging on to the cards. I was like, thanks, dude. Good to know, my man. Good to know. Thanks. I saw it and I was like, yep, of course it is. Got to open a whole frigging case. Come on, dude. I got a kick out of it, though. I had a little fun with that.
I don't think I'd be impressed if I was sitting at that table and I came there to play poker. I'd be like, what the hell is this? I think I may have to complain a little bit to whoever's running the
Well, I was telling you, Eric, though,
I understand.
One thing he did, the
Say it again for them, but
the one thing he did that was smart though, is because it is day one, strategically, it's not a terrible idea to kind of hold pat and slow the game down a little bit in the early going, just because it actually allows other people to eliminate themselves. It actually benefits you not to be overly aggressive too soon, unless you have premium cards. If you've got like an amazing hand, then of course you want to play some hands. But if you're just getting kind of average hands or whatever, actually slowing things down might be to your advantage. So just something to think about. So if he was doing that at the final table, then we might have a major problem.
Just that's
not day one.
Listen, you know, this is a big deal for poker players. I mean, if I was doing something I was interested in and I was at the World Championships and about to try to win the whole thing and was taking it seriously, and this was something I did, that made a lot of sacrifices in my life to get to, and some jerk just dumped a thing of cards on the table and started trying to open them, I'd be like, dude, that's not what we're here for. I just would. It would.
Or you could pilfer boxes while he's not looking.
Yeah. Or say
Just
I get all the
it out there.
ones.
Is he gonna like push the box when he runs out of chips? Is he gonna like put $1,000 box in and like push?
Maybe he should. Like, I think that's a play. You're putting more money in the pool. Just add more to the pool.
I think it's an asshole move, but
Eric, that part is not in dispute. It's a dick move. Like, it's 100% a dick move.
I just don't see how that's even something that is tolerated.
Yeah. Stuke here says good evening all. Absolutely. And happy birthday, Bobby. Thank you, Stuke. Billy Joe says, man, isn't it hot in Boston area? He's got the air conditioning. He's got the ACs.
I got a blower right above me, so it's cold.
Yep. There you go. Absolutely. So yeah, I just thought it was funny. And I figured I would mention it since I saw it make the rounds there, and like I said, I'm observing the World Series of Poker, and I enjoyed. I hadn't watched any of the coverage yet that included that, so when I saw the little clip going around, I was like, hold on, let me see if I can find it, and then I thought I would share it.
I don't know if he's a hammer or a screwdriver, but I do know he's a tool.
Look at you, look at you. He even set up his joke and everything.
It was set up.
Yes.
Yeah.
You won't be able to find nearly as many tools, but you can find things that you may need at AMG Collectibles and AMGcollectibles.ca and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we had our last episode where the collector of the scallops, collector of the people, Steve, before he goes on a little mini vacation, they're hanging out with the family. We were able to showcase it, and I was able to get some feedback because we did talk about Fleer Ultra Wolverine, and people who may be vaguely associated to the setup and design of that set may have been like, you could have asked me. And then I would be like, but why? Yes. We can just read what it says. But I did find it funny. So nonetheless, whenever they've got something coming in, we talk about it. So that's always fun. I do appreciate the folks. And then you can check out some of that stuff. Links are in the description and everything that's already included.
Billy did a IG Live box break on that.
Wait, Billy's involved in Upper Deck? That's crazy.
Yeah. So and he was at his office, so he had good
internet.
Good
Mm-hmm.
So and then there was another gentleman that was with him. Was three of them, and they opened up a bunch of boxes and showed all the bases and all the inserts. And I watched it for a while, but then I had something to go do, so I had to leave. So I don't know if they hit any one-of-ones or anything that was big, but they opened up quite a bit.
Makes sense.
And I don't really collect that stuff so much. I have a few cards like that kicking around, but they looked really nice. Yes, a lot of the artwork was really, really good. I liked that they had the foil Wolverine claw going through the card, and I thought that was kind of well done. And I really liked a lot of the artwork. I thought it was pretty good. So
I think for the people that are fans of it, I think it's pretty popular. My younger brother used to be big into those. He collected a lot of the Marvel cards back in the day. That was kind of a thing he enjoyed, especially the early 90s. He collected a lot of those sets. But here's the thing. I never was into comics really, but I can appreciate the artwork is really good. So if they do a good job with the artwork, I know the comic guys are going to get excited about it. You give them stuff they're interested in, they're going to be excited about it. So it seems like they're doing a good job with it. It looks decent. I don't know too much about it beyond that, so I tried to stay in my lane. But at least I know enough to be dangerous, and I know it looks nice, so I can give it that. So I wanted to make sure we touched on that and talked about it. So since Global mentioned it, let's talk about the vending machine thing. So really, the thing is, I was looking into it and I thought about if I was going to do a video on it. And the problem I kept running into is I don't care that much. I'll tell you what my problem is. So let's start with the basics. The basics is there was a vending machine in Las Vegas. So right now it's pretty much in one location. It's Las Vegas in a casino. And it basically has like ridiculous, like super obvious PSA branding on it. And then there's things related to it in terms of the cards that come into it, questions about, is this card legitimate? Is the serial number valid and things like that. A lot of questions you would have, but it's basically a repack vending machine. It's a repack vending machine and repack product. And all the packaging also is PSA related in terms of the way it looks, in terms of the logo, in terms of the design. Yeah, everything to it. And the cards there inside are PSA graded cards. So obviously that can create a lot of problems with IP. So the question obviously was asked at first was, okay, so is PSA in charge of it? So PSA eventually came out and said it's a third party that they work with as a submitter. And then they basically said that they were going to, so I'm paraphrasing, and I'll see if I can find the exact wording on it to get it for you. But they effectively said that they're talking about with them to de-emphasize the branding and make it more obvious that it's a third party. Yeah. So the criticism is basically, why wouldn't they act more decisively and quickly on it? And here's the reason why I was sitting there and thinking about it. And I'll be honest with you. The first thought that came into my mind was Mark's cards.
Mm-hmm.
Mark's cards was a widespread directed fraud by somebody that they directly had a business associate. You don't think if they weren't quicker to shut down Mark's cards, given the seriousness and severity of it, that a vending machine in one casino is going to suddenly spur them into action? Just from a cynical perspective, Eric, which do you think is more damaging to their brand? A dude who is literally stealing people's money and cards and basically locking them up, or a vending machine with a logo on it?
Why would anybody really care?
Well, this was my problem, Bob.
In a casino. It's not like it's in a children's, a Chuck E. Cheese or something.
I think so. Everything is all relative and it's all dependent on context. If you told me there's 2,000 of them around the country, everywhere with PSA logos on them, and okay, you've got a widespread problem there. And if I was PSA, I'd be like, hold on, we want to control our IP. Hey, dudes, if we didn't agree to it, then we got a serious problem, because then you're protecting your IP. But two thoughts came to mind. The first one was the Mark's card one, in terms of PSA doesn't necessarily move quickly on anything. So that's the first criticism, is why then they react more quickly and directly to it. Well, I point to Mark's cards. Mark's cards was a very serious issue, a very serious problem they had at that time. And it wasn't fast. That wasn't resolved overnight in a day, Eric. And they didn't give a statement right away immediately. They took their sweet ass time. They took a sweet ass time.
And like all news stories on any level, world news, card news, whatever. When by the time there's a new news cycle, that story's forgotten about. And we haven't heard about it now in over a year. Do we know that every single person that was defrauded was made whole?
I guess, do we care?
Well, my general policies in general, I don't. But I think the bigger point, though, if we're being complete, let's be fair about this. My bigger thought is nicely modified. Well done. So the thing, yes, the thing though is, again, we're talking about one vending machine,
right?
It's kind of PSA's problem to protect their IP. I don't give a crap what happens with their logo. That's their problem. If somebody goes out and sells coasters, imagine a grader masquerading as a coaster maker. That just terrible, yeah. just awful, be horrible. So the point is, if somebody goes and literally rips off your IP, you as the no, almost you were getting
no, it's not. It's probably only worth 700 or so.
Yeah, man, that's just it. Imagine getting scammed 700. What kind of a noob would get scammed for $700? Bobby, settle down, Bobby. That doesn't happen. Anyway, the point is,
all right, I gotta go. Good night, fellas.
So anyway, the point is, it's one vending machine, and it's really PSA's problem to protect their IP and do whatever they. So here's the deal. I'm gonna just say it like this. If there's another shoe to drop and there's more serious issues coming from it, then fair enough. Let's talk about it. Let's take our time and discuss it at length. But I don't give a crap if every card in it is fake. I don't care if there's like 550 problems with it. I don't care if every scammer in the hobby is involved in it. I don't care if Bill Mastro personally owns it. You got to give me more because the Bill Mastro angle would actually be entertaining. By the way, that would actually
be
kind of
something.
That would be more. Now
it's a story.
You are starting to get my attention. You're starting to get my attention a little bit. You're getting there. The point is, I don't give a shit. And like at the moment, based on what you got there, it's like you give me nothing here. So Orlando here is the boxes containing the cards are made by PSA. Great, good to know. I can get those boxes too.
Probably inside you get Brent Hugan from PWCC.
Yeah.
There you go.
Do you have any idea how much? Do you have any idea how much promotional material is used? So the thing is, if you're partnered with them and you've gotten access to those boxes, you can use those boxes. Again, it's still PSA's problem to protect their IP by doing something about it. From my end of it, I just look at it from the selfish, personal perspective. Does this affect me?
No, sir.
I know. So my question is, does this affect me? No. Does this prevent me doing anything that I'm doing? No. If I went to the National, I wouldn't. But if I went to the National and I surveyed the populace, my question would be, how many of them would even know this was a thing? You know this is a thing because we're in the YouTubes and the sports, and we're the sports card.
I knew about it last week.
No, sure. But I'm asking, Bobby, I'm asking for somebody that is not
people
inside.
A while, and then you talk about the regular people, they'd be going, what? Where?
Yeah, I bet you if you went and surveyed folks walking the National, again, this is at the National. These are folks that are in a sports card event here. I bet you most of them have no idea what you're talking about. They wouldn't have a damn clue because it doesn't circulate beyond kind of these circles. So in here, obviously, it's a topic worthy of discussion for a little bit. My problem is that the boxes can come from PSA. The cards can be PSA could be in the back sinisterly with their puppet strings controlling the whole thing. Play out the worst case scenario. My question is still, Eric, why do I care? No, why do I care? Why does this affect me or bother me?
It's not at a casino where you can get to easily and go use and be screwed over. So nobody that you care about, which I think is really about like two people, mom and dad, have been defrauded by it.
Depends on the day, but go ahead.
Yeah. So to you personally, I don't see why you'd care.
And the problem is, I think that I'm not the only one. I think people enjoy talking. Look, I have no problem. I know people enjoy talking about it, but I'm also I have a question. If we had like 12 things going on right now, so here's another question that I would ask yourself, the listener, the viewer, whatever. If we had like 5 other things going on, including some other scams, how high or low would we power rank this one? Like if we got a resolution on Mark's cards, or we got Mark's cards 2 Electric Boogaloo, would this bump it? Would this bump it?
No.
Hey, you don't joke about the Boogaloo.
Mm-hmm. The Electric Boogaloo, no less.
Electric Boogaloo.
Yes, you don't joke about that.
So the question is like, how quickly would this, if something came out in the next day or two, how quickly would this one get bumped down to the bottom rung of the ladder?
Who ever thought of the suffix Electric Boogaloo? I'd like to know that. Anyways, go ahead.
It's a valid question. It's a valid question.
It's Breakdance 2, Electric Boogaloo. It's from a movie.
Yeah.
And it's become a running joke ever since.
It's number 2, and then they added that extra thing.
That's right, exactly. It's the suffix to add at the end.
Suffix.
That's right.
So, prefix is prior, suffix is after.
Because we have 4 hours to kill, I'll give my opinion.
Go ahead. In the meantime, I'll get my beer. I actually get to enjoy now. So this is a moment. Go, Eric. Go.
Well, just an opinion. I think the idea of PSA boxes are okay. You go into a place, you know that there's PSA cards in there. If you're a card collector, you put in money and out comes one. Great. So my 2 concerns about it is one, to find out that somebody decided they were just going to slap without permission a company's name on something. And what that does is confuse the consumer. So I have a big problem with that. This wasn't PSA. This was not Collector's Universe that came up with this idea, made sure it was done right.
Bring up the picture again, Carlos, please.
What,
And
the vending machine? I'll see if I can grab them. Give me a minute.
and so I think even us who are quote experts in the hobby, some of us more than others, Bobby being that person.
Only one of us goes by a single name like Sharon.
Yeah. So I think all of us would have believed by looking at it that this was from PSA, controlled by PSA, protected by PSA, and that gives you consumer confidence. To then find out if you were someone who purchased something from that box, to then find out that PSA really doesn't have anything to do with it.
But why does it matter? The product is the product, right?
But if you found out that
it's an illegalized casino.
Okay, sorry, Bobby, if you found out that there was a slot machine in that casino
called Needham,
that the gaming commission didn't inspect, didn't look at, the casino didn't put it there. Some guy just walked in off the street and just put it in there and programmed it themselves, but people were having fun using it, that would be a problem.
Well, I think so, Eric. I'll just pause you for a second here because I think the bigger problem with this issue. So, look, let's break this into a couple pieces. Let's break this into a couple components. The biggest issue is that, so looking at the picture here, if you look at what you see here, it's got the big old PSA logo up top.
Right.
It's got the picture there of a box. It's got, images of PSA slabs. It's got an image of a box with the PSA branding on it, a box that PSA has used in the past or is intending to use or whatever the case may be. So if somebody looks at it and says to themselves, oh, PSA must be behind this, I get that. So I want to be clear about this. I understand. I get it.
And that
from PSA's perspective,
consumer confidence.
Yeah, where PSA's thing should. The reason I use the Marks card example, there's two examples I want to use. The Marks card one was one. The Marks card one was related to PSA's previous history of dealing with an issue that would affect the brand. I'm using that as an example. That's an example of how slow they can be. That's slow because they've been slow in the past. And about protecting the brand as well. Here's another issue where they ran into it. Another issue they've run into in the past. And we've joked about it before. I've talked about it where, people that work at a sister company of PSA use their social media platform and occasionally speak out of turn against companies that are competing with them in the space that also might be PSA, bulk submitters. And we talked about in the past how normally a lot of companies of that size, because PSA is a pretty decent sized company now with under collectors in particular, they've got a pretty decent sized company. They've got a social media team. They've got a media group. They've got people who are in charge of that. And usually they've got what is called a social media policy. I'll explain what I'm getting at with this, though, specifically in a second. The reason you have a social media policy is because you want the right people speaking on behalf of your company, because it is to protect the brand. You don't want people talking out of turn, representing the company, doing all this. Collectors didn't have that, or they didn't exercise it. They basically let people kind of talk and say whatever they wanted to say. Where in another company, that somebody would come by and shut that down right away. They'd be like, absolutely not. You are not speaking on behalf of the company. If you have an opinion about whatever, that's fine. Keep it to yourself unless it's been vetted. Why would you do that? Well, you do that because you want to protect the brand. This is the case study in protecting the brand. You see that logo. If you don't want the association with it, then you're the one that needs to come down and slap it down. It isn't a case about legality or the casino or whatever the case may be. It's the inference that you're behind it. And if you are behind it, then so be it, whatever, then you may as well just own up to it. But if you're not, and you're saying that we didn't authorize you to use our logo that way, which is what they implied with the response, then you've got yourself a bit of a problem.
Right.
Yeah, I really question this company. The biggest thing is really, if you've seen how dark red the machine is, and there's a burgundy wall behind it, it just drowns it out. You can't even notice it. It's almost like it blends in.
Bad feng shui.
They went the wrong way. I can't believe it wasn't under color wheel and they couldn't figure it out. Anyways, does it really matter at this point? It may be a suggestion that PSA maybe want to go forward with, and maybe they'll have all these in every car dealer location. I don't know, LCS or whatever. Who knows? This could be something new. And the other form of gambling, because it's all gambling anyways. It doesn't matter what you say. right? So why not this way? At least there's no trickery, no skullduggery. There's no.
Ooh, I like the use of skullduggery. I like some skullduggery.
That's my point, Bobby. Is we don't know that, right?
We don't know what.
We don't know if there's skullduggery.
Well, it wouldn't last long being PSA, and the trademark's on the PSA at the end there. I can see it.
The key part though is so let's just separate one thing just so that we're all on the same page. The only reason this is a thing, really, aside from the PSA branding, is that it's a repack product. Because in effect, what you've done is you got a mystery box repack thing going on, and you've got a vending machine as the format in which you were dispensing this. Because obviously repacks have a connotation and people questioning where the legalities of it. Are you providing what you're supposed to be providing? All that. So even if all that is on the up and up, you've got the repack portion.
You have to have.
Then you're adding in a vending machine. Then you're adding in a casino element. Then you're adding in the PSA branding, giving some credence or some legitimacy to it, because that's a trademark issue. And I found the PSA statement kind of from their social media here from X. So I'll read it. I'll put it on the screen here. I'll read it to you. And then I'll read a couple of these comments. I know there's a couple there, so I'll get to in 2 seconds, guys. So this one is their response here. Update regarding the PSA branded vending machine currently live in Las Vegas. The vending machines are owned and operated by an external company who is a PSA dealer, submitting raw cards to PSA for authentication and grading, which are then being used for the repack business. The machine, however, is not owned, operated, or controlled by PSA in any capacity. Despite this third party's test run of their machine has unfortunately created some confusion as to PSA's involvement. We are working with the vendor in real time to adapt the look and feel of these machines to feature less prominent PSA branding and make it clear that they own and operate these machines, not PSA. Now, part of the criticism is that you said that you weren't involved with it, but it's a very kind of blasé response. It's not like a cease and desist. Hey, what the hell are you doing?
No, exactly.
Put your own logo on it.
We're
working. You can be putting our slabs in it, but use your own logo, use your own branding on it. And put your own logo on the box or whatever the case may be. So that's kind of what leaves the door open. So for people that want to criticize it, I understand it. They left the door open to it. But my only counterpoint in all of this is that PSA has always been kind of blasé with their own branding. I don't know if you guys have noticed. That's why I use the Mark's card. The Mark's card things was a damaging thing to the business, the brand, and everything associated to their policies and business. And they were still slow. They've had people inside. They don't have a social media policy for their people, and people talk out of turn. Obviously, they care about the brand, but they don't seem to care about it enough to act decisively when sometimes it would be helpful to act decisively.
So you're telling me if I wanted to start like a submitting business to PSA, I could just add the letters PSA in front of whatever I wanted as a submitter to PSA. If I wanted to be like PSA America, they don't own the acronym, but they own the logo style. What if I used the logo also and said like send your
what is their logo? Their logo is the acronym.
The PSA, yeah. That red thing there is the logo.
It's very basic. The S is kind of definitive.
That's really anybody that has done that and just like put PSA in front of a country's name, and just even though they weren't really affiliated with PSA.
Probably lots of people at shows.
And
are you sure you want to go down this route with Len? Len's still around, you know.
Yep.
Len's a good friend of yours. Are you sure you want to be? Eric is trifling with forces he may not want to mess with.
I know.
I was just wondering if you're saying the PSA Bobby, is a history of not being strict.
Eric's trying to make sure he doesn't make it to his next birthday. Eric is trying to ensure himself he doesn't get there.
You're making a comment saying PSA has a history of not being strict with its IP.
It's clearly it has, yeah.
And we have a very well-known associate that can back that up. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it helps that they had been in business for 20 years, and it helped that it was still under Platinum Promotions at the time.
Yes,
they didn't go straight. PSA Canada actually started under Brad, and that came later. Like PSA Canada as the official brand.
Official Canada, later.
Yeah. That came later. But good. Like I said, Len's still around, Eric. Lenny's still around.
Hey, somebody can just all of a sudden say, "Hey, I'll submit cards for you. I'm PSA America."
You're not coming to the November show, are you?
Eric is feels like living dangerously. I see. All right, let me read a couple here. So, Double D Vintage Sports and Baseball Cards. Good evening to you. I had the comment up earlier, but I'll read it now. If I were walking the casino floor with a few drinks in me, I came across a vending machine with stated odds full of vintage grading cards in it, I'd be all over it. I think the thing is there would be some folks that would probably do. But look, you've got two problems. You've got the branding issue creating a confusion, people thinking it's more legit than it is because of the branding. So that's important. I'm not downplaying it. I'm just saying that's one key factor. The other key factor, though, is it's a repack product. So it's a machine, and you're promising XYZ cards, presumably are in it. How do we know? Because it's a machine, right? So is it even in there?
I think it has to go
even
through,
available?
If it is in a casino, it's going to have to go through the same stringent things as a slot machine. The odds have to be equal to a certain degree or a certain percentage.
We think
that has to happen.
I just wonder though,
because
like
otherwise,
I genuinely don't know the answer. I wonder if it's the same level of scrutiny for a game of chance that's not like a slot machine.
No, I'm the same rules. I'm saying officially it has to.
Well, is the same thing? Do we have the same thing for a claw machine? Like, you know, the claw machines that a lot of places have where they've got the little thing there.
Yeah, but that's not gambling in a sense. It's sort of just having fun. That's kind of a fun game. But the comparative is a little weak on that one. But I mean,
that's not a game. It's a game of skill.
The thing though is if you
have the state, because they can't give you $20 cards and you're putting in $50 and it just doesn't work. And it won't be successful.
But I get your point. But who's going to audit that? Like, you'd have to audit it every time.
I think the casino would include it under their umbrella.
Yeah, you'd have to basically audit it every time.
Because they're not going to let anything in the doors. Like, casinos, they don't want any problems.
Yeah, well, they got gaming commissions to answer to, so they presumably should have their own.
The guy's going to walk by and go, "What's that?" Oh,
what is that?
Don't worry.
But they already let in. But the casino already let in this thing without.
But they already went through the official.
But it already, it let it in, and it didn't do its due diligence. That it says PSA on the side of it, but PSA doesn't officially have anything.
Well, that's easily rectified anyways. It's just moderation, right?
No, but for the casino standpoint, though, why would they care about what the logo is on it? They care about the contents, not the logo on the side.
I bet you the casino people were saying, "What's PSA?"
Yeah, like they don't that part they don't know.
Isn't it their job to be doing some research? And if they don't know what that means, they should investigate.
Look, Eric, they work for eBay authentication. Their job is just to make sure that the thing has a hole and you can push buttons. That's it.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just all about the consumer confidence and sending out something that, advertising something that isn't accurate. That is my issue. They advertised something that wasn't truly accurate and got people to believe one thing when it wasn't quite that. And if they're willing to try to trick you, because they knew what they were doing. Come on.
Are you getting a PSA card in there?
Yeah,
that's what you're supposed to be getting. PSA cards.
That's my understanding.
I would assume.
So the PSA logo would kind of be represented in that sense, right?
I think the issue isn't about. I think the issue isn't about there being a. Yeah, I think the issue isn't about there being the PSA logo to it. I think the issue is that you could still have PSA slabs on there showing this is what you're going to pull, whatever. But you got the big, gigantic one up top that implies that PSA owns the machine.
Yeah, it should say,
Bobby it's coming from them.
Cards presents this PSA.
Well, does it really
matter? The Slab-O-Matic machine
with PSA cards in it. Come
with
a PSA card.
Does it really matter if the cards come from that though?
Not for me. Look, I don't care. You can put Mega Slabs in there for all I care. Like the point is that the point is whenever it creates confusion, it gives somebody it gives somebody something to complain about.
I might even give it a shot. I'm going to Vegas tomorrow.
Look, Bobby, look, for the record, the only thing that I was going to say about it beyond what we've just talked about is I say my only letdown, my only disappointment is that, Bobby, we should have staked this out in Vegas. We should have done some investigative journalism. We should have personally staked it out and checked it out for ourselves to prove the situation one way or the other. Get the real answers. That's what we need to do.
I would have went for the $75 one, not the 50. Suckers hit the 50. The 75 is where all the cash is at.
Ooh, man. All right, so here I got a couple comments here. So let me get.
I put it all on red or burgundy.
Sure. Stuke says my last PSA order was fast with the Montana Merino rookie. Vintage not so fast. Still waiting on the September order for vintage. Vintage has been slow for a while. Yeah,
but you can get it from the machine in seconds.
Well, I was going to say maybe get it from the machine. Josh says one of the big talking points is whether or not the Charizard is actually the machine, which goes back to the repacking thing. What's in it?
I got to go back to it brings back another memory of remember that company that was going around putting machines in all these different card stores, LCSs, and that would give you a grade, and then people were paid to give their opinion.
Yeah, it was the crowdsourcing one. Yeah, it was the crowdsourcing grader.
Whatever happened to those? Like
I told you, I saw one in Peabody.
They probably put as much money as they have into tag. Maybe, I don't know. Just
it's outrageous. And you don't even get a coaster for your trouble. That's awful.
Yes.
Walmart has a marketplace. Yes. To be fair, Walmart has actually had a marketplace for years. I don't know if any of you guys have checked it out. Like if you go to the website, you can actually see like buy from marketplace sellers.
Yeah,
like there's actually the marketplace, them announcing that they'll do sports cards is like the only new part. It's like, guys, I literally have seen marketplace on there for a couple of years at least. Like it's been there. But yes, Walmart has a marketplace. Yes. Dom here says, and if it does get pulled, does the machine tell you like a stand-up hobby owner would that the hit has been pulled from a hobby box? I like that you said like a stand-up hobby owner. Yeah, a stand-up hobby owner. So most of the hobby owners won't tell you crap. But yes, I think so. To Bobby's point, if you treat it, and I know Neo's got a comment, so I'll get to it in just a sec. I think what's interesting is, I guess, obviously, I would like to see what shows up on the screen when you got your selections, what options you have, and all that. But obviously, it's got whatever it is. If it allows you to see a list of what hits are available, you could, in theory, I would assume, when you pull one of them, it could take it off the list. If it didn't take it off the list, it would be inaccurate. It would be illegitimate. If it does maintain a running list that adjusts as the hits are pulled, that would at least keep it a little bit more on the up and up-ish, question mark.
Yeah, it kind of comes back to the I think the Gaming Commission got in on the vending machines back in the gumballs in the 1960s or 70s. I can't really remember. You know how you would have prizes in the gumball machines? Well, you know, they'd always show a watch, and then there was a little plastic hot dog and a freaking, roller skate and all that other crap that you get in there. Why did you always get the stupid hot dog or hamburger, the plastic?
Listen, someone was inspired by the hot dog to create a very patriotic Independence Day brand, like our friends at Leaf. Eric is a big fan of the hot dogs. Lots of hot dogs.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll get to that in a minute.
Anyways, it's kind of the same thing, is that, are they going to replace of what they put in there? Is the schematics the right lineup when they're restocking the machine, if the machine is 3/4 or 1/4 left and 3/4 have been sold? So when you stack up, you have to know what's left on there. So it's kind of detailed, I would say. It would have to be the math.
Paul was saying here, the only reason I can see the sliding by is if casinos advertise payout percentage. If audited, what's the worst that can happen? They lower the advertised percentage by 0.2%. Yeah, there's ways of getting around it if you keep it very specific. So Neo here is saying here, it's a vending machine, not a slot machine. Legally, it's not gambling. He says, I've been told there is no checklist of machine, which is problematic because then you really don't know. Then you really are just shot in the dark. You pay $50 in the machine, and what do you get? You get a box. Anything could be in the box, even a boat.
Now, listen, I don't know if Neo's saying something that is something he knows to be factual.
He says, I've been told.
Don't be stupid.
Says, I've been told.
Okay. So my question is, if I
vicious,
go
Bobby, vicious.
If I go,
I'm 60. Leave me.
Men of peace, Bobby. Men of peace.
If I go to,
I'm like one of those two Muppets now.
And I put $1 in.
I love those guys. They're great.
They're the best.
And I want a Pepsi, but a Snickers bar comes out. I don't just go, oh, well, okay. No, I'm like, so it is gambling.
What if it's a Snickers bar that's been blended into a carbonated mixture inside of a can?
In a vending machine, you know what you're getting. You hit B7 and the Pepsi.
No, you're thinking the wrong vending machine.
No, so here, you give the machine money, it gives you a PSA graded card. It's basically a mystery box in the machine.
It is. That's it.
Yeah. So
those early mystery boxes, I don't even know if they're legal. Like they were doing that.
Well, that's the reason why. That's the reason why, Bobby, I'm saying that part of the question is because there's two parts, right? There's people who object to the repack in principle, regardless of form. Because all we're doing with the vending machine, forget the PSA thing for a second. Just forget it for a second. We're just talking about a repack product in a different format here. We're just talking about you getting a repack in a machine instead of the stack of boxes, pick one. I want number 14. Like that's all we're talking about here.
Same difference.
Now add the PSA logo to it, adds a different element that confuses the issue a little bit, makes it more confusing that PSA maybe should be more stringent about controlling that and being careful with it. But we're still talking about a repack product inside of a different format, different form factor of release. That's one important thing. And Billy's making some solid points here.
No,
so
he
I
isn't.
better go to shop and have him talk to Eric. Seems legit.
Spicy Eyes back.
He's back.
Billy, earlier in the show, I was saying nice things about you, and this is what I get. It won't happen again. It's my mistake. I take responsibility. It won't happen again.
So John says, can you tell a PSA slab was done in California or New Jersey? Not really. It's the same slab. Now they switched to the new slab and then switched back to the old slab while they're figuring out issues with the new slab. But the slabs themselves are the same. Sonically, well, it's the same stuff. To this point, we haven't seen any difference to them anyway so far yet. PSA authorized dealer, JP Cohen, straight from the federal penitentiary to PSA dealer. Hey, if he stays in the federal penitentiary long enough, he might be able to run back it. True story. Josh says, but how do we know if the box is dead or alive if we don't open the box? That's right. And how will we know what's in the box? Because again, anything could be in the box, including a boat. What if you go to the vending machine to get a PSA slab, but instead you get a boat?
I don't know.
You can still get false advertising. I was promised a PSA slab. Why did you give me a boat?
Don't really know.
That's right. It's like buying a little clear bubble one that they had. One army man had one in Matchbox card. Yes. Getting Big Scott. It is gambling. Yes. It's in a casino. Yes. Gambling. Yes.
We're not doubting that.
Yeah, no one has disagreed.
Nope.
Repack products are gambling. Boxes of cards are gambling. Yes. Casinos gambling. Yes.
Now, is there legislation for repack products, or is it just
really.
random?
No.
Nothing.
It's whatever you feel like that day.
Wow, that's pretty bad.
So let's just say that you're guaranteed to get a card that's 50. You put in $50, you're guaranteed to get a card $50 or more. I don't know if that's accurate or not. I'm just saying.
Who would do that? People who want to lose money.
So if the player takes a dive in the market and it's worth $3, you're really gambling.
What do you think they put Boston Bruins cards in there, man? Like, what are you doing? What are you talking about?
No, they'll put the Pokemans in there.
Oh, the Pokemans are solid, man. Listen, you go in there, you get some cheese, string them on. Like right there, we're talking. We're talking.
Well, gambling, I guess the definition of gambling, as Neil was saying, is it or is it not gambling? I guess, when you gamble, you can put your money in a slot machine and you'll get nothing. It's the intangible to the tangible, whether you get paid or you don't get paid. Whereas you always get paid with this machine, be it a PSA 10 of nobody or PSA 10 of Charizard or whatever. So you're getting a product, but it's that random grade or random star or whatever. Not even stars. I don't know what you call. What do you call high-end Pokemon? They're not stars. They're not rookies. They're what are they?
They were like they're like the hollows.
Chase.
So look, I'm not going to pretend. Look, I defer to Sherry's expertise on the AMG shows.
He's not here.
All I know is that the hollows were the old ones, but then they've got art cards. They've come up with a lot of fancier stuff since then. Right. The olden days, it was the halos or the hollows.
You are getting something for your money. Is there a guarantee of what you're getting? Yes. Is there guaranteed of the intrinsic value of what it sells for? Is questionable. Back and forth. Is it gambling? Yes and no. It depends on what they're giving you. If it's all PSA 10s that are $10, then obviously people won't keep going back to the machines. Do they even have to worry about regulating it at that point? I don't know. But you do want to give people because hey, look what I got from one of these machines. You can see the commercial right now. I think you're even starring in it, Eric. But anyways, we're just thinking out loud here and just saying, is it gambling? Is it not? You're getting a product.
Yeah, I think when
I turn that
Bobby, this
is
in
the machine.
Look, Bobby, this is what I'm saying.
Get the hot dog. Well, I got a product.
This is what I'm saying, Bobby. I think the great failing of this from a hobby as a people, where we have failed.
Is that a fail? I thought.
Bobby, let me finish. This is a fail because right now the Burrell and I should be staking this shit out right now, like personally, like examining and finding out the truth, finding out the answers.
People. working.
Yeah, like we gotta go over there. Listen, Eric has already volunteered some of that like button money, so we can get some of these slabs and find out and get to the bottom of it.
Yeah. I don't care how many 50s you got to put in there.
Yep. Eric is he's even committed real American dollars. 50 American dollar bill. Boom.
Yeah. If it was a Canadian machine, you could go for the 75 level.
Woo, man.
Just with the 50. So 50 equals 75. So 50 for me would be like the 75 level, but I wouldn't get the 75 level because it would only be 50. Get it? It's complicated.
Yeah, that's like maths. I'm not doing
That's
that.
a lot of maths.
It is lots of maths.
No.
It's multiple maths. It's maths times maths.
No, I don't do maths.
Paul C says, good evening all, and Eric. Truth. Bob Jackson says, greetings everyone. Yes, even Eric. Hope everyone is doing
Why
well.
am I getting shit on so badly tonight? Did I do something like special?
You were born.
Okay. Thank you for answering the question.
At least we straighten that out.
I want to make sure. Look, we're here to give answers.
Yeah, I asked a question, got an answer.
Yep. So he says it's entertainment if you can afford it. It's gambling if you can't. There you go. Exactly. I think it's one of those things. Look, I'll put it this way. Just circling back around. I think the biggest problem here was just that, again, if PSA is involved in it directly, because this is what obviously some folks are concerned with, because I've heard some of that chatter, then they should just own up to it and be done with it. If they're not, then they should be a lot more militant about it, to be like, hey, put us, take that logo off the top of the thing. You want to put the picture of the slabs on the side of it? Go ahead, because that's what you're putting in.
Yeah.
But don't slap the gigantic big logo front and center up top, because unless you're giving us a cut, unless you're giving us a cut, what the hell are you doing?
There were third parties, so that kind of opens the door to a lot of funny.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that you can basically borrow somebody else's logo for like the main thing. You can't have somebody else go and try to make their own app and put the Needham logo on top of it and say, well, we borrowed, we pay for Bobby's app. So what does that have to do with your app? What does that have to do with you using his logo? That's his logo. It doesn't belong to you. Yeah,
but I think they had authorization. Can you send me a high-res PNG of that PSA logo? Yeah, it's 600 DPI, please. Yes. What are you going to use it for? Nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
CC says, good evening, gents. It's mostly all gambling. Even Walmart, where they sell resale boxes, gambling when you rip a box. Yeah, we were just mentioning that a little earlier.
Remember those? You get the Honus Wagner in there or something?
Yeah, they used to. Yeah, but that's why when the repack conversation originally started, I said there have been mystery boxes, hobby mystery boxes going back to the 90s and the 80s, like forever. Like
80s,
it's been
I don't
forever.
know, but 90s, yes.
I think they started creeping. I saw a few like old ones that were like creeping in from the late 80s. I'm talking like 89, because there were a few companies that started like compiling those things together, because they were grabbing some 88 tops packs and things like that and just being like smushing them in there in the boxes.
Well, actually, that was going on, quite a bit, because actually even Tops would do that themselves. They would do those fun bags,
which is a repack, like by definition. It's like we're taking some other product and putting it in here, and you'll get what you get
for Halloween and different things. You give, open it, give it random packs to different kids, different sports, whatever, what have you. Yeah. So you can technically group that into that classification, sure.
Yeah, and then what they would do later on is they would say, oh, every so many boxes you'll get a pack that's at least 15 years old. Or they basically would come up and they'd be like, ooh, yeah. So they would tell you that it was there. You didn't know how many boxes you'd need to buy. It would just be like, I'm sure there's one in there.
There was odds on those boxes. I'm sure there was something.
On some of them, yes. But on some of them, they were very murky.
I thought it was a legal thing that they had to do.
Yeah. They tried to go in Halloween repacks back to the 60s. Yep. Repacks have been going on forever. Once they started getting into the more marketing side of it and started being like, again, to your point, you can pull a Honus Wagner in here. And it's like, was there one in there? I have no idea. Was there one ever?
But it wasn't a T206. It was actually whatever.
That's basically it.
An all-time great in 1972. Something, I don't know.
But an easy way to do it was just you would pick like a year. It's like, oh, we can put, however many boxes. We'll put a 1952 Topps card in there. And you could go get yourself like a mid-grade 52 Topps in the 90s, which would have cost you a couple of bucks. It wasn't anything crazy, but you would legitimately get it. Hey, you got a 52 Topps card inside of this thing with a bunch of 80s cards. Wow, what a deal. It's like, it didn't cost them that much at that time. You could have gotten your hands on them.
Yeah, CC's, you're a little misguided on that, because he was saying, vending machines have been around for a long time, but you put your money in and you got the exact product of one of the cards from that set or what have you. You basically knew what you're getting. It wasn't random packaging, especially even back in the 50s and 60s. Whatever cards were basically on the front, you'd put your money in, you get it out. So
no, it's true. But I think
whatever.
Like, so it depends, right? Like if you're talking about, like the ones where they would get a couple of cards at a time and they would have the vending boxes, and the vending boxes were sorted by whatever. Yep. So you knew that you would get a card from this, but you didn't know exactly.
Or a sticker, they
exactly.
were all pictured on the outside.
And there was a stack of them, and basically the vending box
in there
was so that you could just put it inside of the chamber, and they would just go like 2 or 3 at a time. Eric, you know what I'm talking about with those ones. They put in the big stack of cards, and then you go put in your quarter.
4 slots generally.
Yeah, exactly. So it worked out. You could do it that way if you wanted to.
It works.
PSA is doing the card vending machine. It's like Eric is personally running it. Eric is personally running it.
Catch up.
In conglomeration with Mark's Cards. It's a co-op. It's going to be amazing. You're going to love it. It's all about the vibes.
I think it's 4.
Inside of it, it just says it's all about the vibes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it should say that on the back. Yeah,
that'd be amazing. It should say all about the vibes.
Or actually, as soon as you open up the inside of the thing, and it says right on the left-hand side, all about the vibes.
Mm-hmm. Listen, I think
I pay to see that.
Bobby, now I want to do my own vending machine. By the way, so I'm joking about this, but just so we're clear, if somebody else did that vending machine and they stuck a Tag logo up top, trust me, old man Tag would be on the phone with the quickness, going like, "What are you doing?"
Mm-hmm. And then there'd be another video out there about, hey, somebody's.
Yeah,
I gotta go
with the quickness.
He's out.
Carlos says, copyrights are foundational to free markets. I'm appalled by this vending machine. On an unrelated note, I'm beginning a Friday live stream because I'm Carlisle with my friends Derek, Robbie, and Bubbles.
Oh,
I hope it's more successful than this piece of crap. Good for you. I support you. Do it.
I don't know if Derek can hold a candle. Like, I don't know about this Derek.
Yeah.
Are you going to accept the greetings of, hey everyone, and Derek?
Probably he's probably a loser anyway. Doesn't matter. Just good luck. Please take the Friday at 8 time slot, please.
He's a loser, baby. So why don't?
It's been tried.
Oh. He's tried it himself on a bicycle. He was like, "Yep." Mm-hmm. I do appreciate the heads up, though. I think that's a valid plug. I look forward to Because I'm Carlisle.
Yeah, I definitely think Fridays at 8.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that free advertising for PSA? So it is. It is from a perspective, which is why I wonder, like I said, I wonder if part of the reason they're like not caring about it as much is they're like, well, you're talking about us. They have to, like, at the bare minimum say, like, if they have to be at the bare minimum say, like, yeah, it's not operated by us. But at the same time, if they're sitting there at the boardroom going like, do we care, guys? Tell them to like tone it down. Tell them to like make it smaller. Just make it a little smaller. Jesus.
Yeah. Take it from like 2.5 feet down to 2 feet, like under 2 feet.
2 feet,
2.5 inches.
2 feet is tasteful. 2.5 feet is vulgar.
It is.
2.5 feet, vulgar. But 2 feet, that's a little better. That's tasteful.
Yeah.
Tasteful. But that's why I use the example. We've had this discussion in the past where I was poking fun at the Hoj and the folks on their live stream. But the thing is, they operated a sister company to PSA. They're under the collector's umbrella. So when they take endless pot shots at market movers and those guys, by the way, to be fair, thank you. The Teapot from market movers is now taking on doing the same thing. So we have to be fair about this. It's like, guys, like if you get, I wonder, like sometimes Derek, I wonder why the hostilities have got to this. Like they've always been there, but like why now? Why has Teapot decided to kind of like go and start poking back? It's like, wait a minute, what are you doing involved in this again? It had been kind of quiet for a little bit. There had been like the little veiled pot shots, the standard things, and I'm sitting there like, but my bigger point is that Collectors is a big company at this point. Where's the social media team? Maybe you should get a social media team whose job it is to be like, hey guys, could you like not say things that then make it difficult for us to then do business with the people we're still going to be doing business with?
Yeah.
I don't care if you hate their guts. Do you have any idea how many people work at places where they don't like somebody? Or they work for a company that works for somebody they don't like? You're not the only ones.
I know what it's like to work for a company that you don't like.
Yeah, Beckett's treating you terribly.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Oh yeah. I love that you're implying you work for a company. It's like, trust me, you're paying for the like button.
Yeah, there you go.
Doesn't count as working if you're paying for it.
Yes.
But yes. Thank you for your contributions, Derek. So anyway, the point is that I don't care about it too much.
That took up an hour is phenomenal.
Well, once we started
poker in there, but then it got into the real gambling.
Look, once we started down that rabbit hole, I was like, we're gonna go there. We're going there, aren't we? We're going there. Yeah, we're going there. We got to a lot of places though, we covered a lot of ground. So it happens. It happens sometimes. So we got that going for us. Now there was something else. So I've got those two. I'll include a link in the description to the response. What's that? See what happens? He has a birthday and he's even more punchy than before. Like he's just off. He's just off. Like
wait till I get my cane. I got a cane. No, actually, it's a bat.
I see.
For the young whippersnappers, and then I'm gonna just, put the
Boobior. When will they learn to spell it correctly? Such a shame.
Sorry.
You should bump it in the wall a couple of times. I've heard that works.
Yeah. Michael
Ham says, I click on the subscribe for special perks and Eric disappeared, so I canceled. Listen, people pay extra for that.
They do. That's premium. Double like button click.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's what I'm saying. Facts.
Did you see the rough cuts around this crest, Eric?
Yeah. That's a PSA 10. Yeah.
This is what happens when we leave you all to your own devices. Terrible.
Yes.
Bumpet said the Hall of Fame becomes the Hall of Shame. Seems appropriate for such a player. There you go. Goddamn Boobior. No one likes that guy. By the way, a quick side point. I mentioned it during the podcast episode, but the items ahead of my order for ComC is now under 600. They're speeding along over there, man. Like I was like, okay. And I was like, oh, okay. It's supposed to be the estimated ship date is the 25th, so we'll see. But right now they're like zipping along. They started at 11,000, so now it's under 600. I was like, all right, you guys are zipping along. Okay, we'll see. I'll reserve judgment, but they're in the checking and packing phase, so we'll see. It seems like they're almost getting ready to ship it out.
How many cards are being sent to you?
50, 55, something like that. It's not too bad. Like a decent group. A bunch of them are. The reason I'm looking forward to this is particularly because it's always a good variety of stuff. We got a bunch of wrestling. Again, pronounced correctly. Wrestling. Yep. And we got a bunch of SP Signature Legends.
Well, those are the best.
I know. I got a couple of different bananas from SP Signature Legends that I go to fill in that checklist. So I got that covered. So that's good. So we got a nice mix of that. A couple of red photos.
So they are really nice cards. It's just why the hell did you pick these people?
Well, that's what we were making. That's what we're giving Billy a hard time about. It's like the problem isn't that the cards are bad.
They're really nice.
The problem is everything else. The problem is everything else.
Oh, Billy.
Yep. You got your items are being packaged emailed today. Place a low-level order on Monday. That's not bad. That's decent. How many cards were in the order? That's what I'm curious about. Like, I know the processing, the intake was going pretty quick because they were able to do that special at the expo. So when they're able to take a discount, it means they've got the volume, they've got the capacity to be able to do the intake and do it. That's why they're inviting more cards to get submitted. And it's worked out great for me because now I had some more sales this past weekend and everything. And now I'm sitting at, I submitted 200 cards. So with the discount, it was $70 for intake. And I've made almost 200 and change from those cards that were just sitting in a box collecting dust. So I was like, all right, great. Got my money back and then some. No complaints there. All small stuff too, which worked out. There were a couple of slightly better cards, but for the most part, small stuff, like $2, $3 at a time. A few were a little bit more, but most of them are pretty reasonable. So that's a good way to kind of offload some cards, and so they're not just sitting around in a box somewhere. Works out. You go 4. Flipped a $4 card and $35. Used the $5 free shipping thing since they messed up last time. Basically got a Deion Sanders auto, AJ Green auto, and 2 $1 cards for $25. That's not bad. Seems reasonable.
A Deion auto.
Yeah, it's pretty good combo stuff.
Well, it's not bad, good, right?
Yeah, it's not bad. Not quite as exciting as, hot dog autograph cards.
Oh,
a few things are. So can we talk about hot dog autograph cards now? By the way, folks in the chat, you're welcome to throw in some stuff, but I think we need to talk about hot dog autograph cards here for a minute.
I hate this.
Come on, Eric.
We'll get the mustard for you, Eric.
I hate it. I
Pepper.
hate them. I hate Leaf. I hate Leaf. I hate Leaf. I hate them.
I think the people now know that we're talking about Leaf.
I hate.
They're starting to get the.
Not the Toronto Maple Leaf.
No.
I don't hate my favorite. So my favorite thing about all this is, so I'm not sure if you folks are familiar. Leaf will do sometimes these, I guess, web exclusive products. So they did what was 2024 Leaf Metal Independence Day. Same reason Carlos is Eric on the show. Facts. And Billy, if you want to come on with your robotic internet and try to justify yourself, you're more than welcome to. So you let me know. Dion Auto was $4 and felt like a better deal with the free shipping and the cash out percentage and bypassing free shipping coupon. Fair. So I was laughing. I was sharing with the guys a couple of pictures of a few of the cars. I want to see if I can pull a couple of good examples here. I'm just scanning through. There's a bunch. I will say this product is full of all kinds of stuff. By the way, the most entertaining. So we've got the hot dog backgrounds. Joey Chestnut is in it. I was like, Joey Chestnut with the hot dog background.
Of course, card that makes sense.
That's
I wouldn't even be upset about that one.
So that one's pretty solid. But they've got a bunch of different, like all kinds of. Friggin' Jade Cargill's in this. Jeez. Okay. Wait, hold on. I gotta see this. Hold on. Oh, clever bastards. Hold on. I gotta show you guys this. It's hilarious. Let's see here. It is a filler. Yeah, I'll shoot you a link. Well, we'll see if Mr. Roboto joins us. We'll see if Spicy Eye is Spicy Eye or Mr. Roboto.
Listen, I've had a rough day. I don't need Billy. All right. There's no need.
There's only a 50-50. Eric, there's only a 50-50 chance we get Billy. 50-50 at best. At best. Yeah. Yeah. The PSA machine thing, like I said, for me, it's PSA's problem to deal with their own IP. It's their job to protect their IP, not mine. I don't give a crap about a random machine in Las Vegas. If they have 5,000 of them around the country, then we can talk about it a little bit more. But for now, I don't give a shit. I can't even feign a reaction beyond just, well, I guess these guys should be a little better about protecting their IP, or they don't care, which seems to be the case. But it is what it is. Let's open UD2 repack and pull the 101 Bedard. That's right. Billy talks in pixels. Facts. That's right, Amanda. You got it. All right, Eric, you're going to like this. So here's one of the wrestling cards in Leaf Independence Day with the hot dog background. But here's my favorite thing. I was looking at this, and when I saw the picture, I was like, holy crap. Okay. So this is Jade Cargill, previously of AEW, but now of WWE fame. But here's the thing. The picture they used, Eric, is an AEW picture where she's got one of the championship belts. It's the TBS championship belt. Here, smack in the middle of it is supposed to be a big old TBS logo that they basically airbrush out. I was like, come on, guys, pick a different picture.
Well, I mean, you definitely want to have a champion with a belt. That always looks
sure. Good. But it made me laugh that like they have to literally blob out like it's a TBS logo in there. So they're like, well, we don't have the rights to that, so we can't show a TBS logo.
We used to just call it the television championship. Now it's the TBS championship, huh?
I actually think, depending on what happens with their next rights deal, it probably would have been smarter to make it a television championship. That way you would have had options no matter where you happen to be in terms of your rights. That's just me. But this product apparently has like it's multi-sport, it's non-sport, it's got all kinds of stuff going on here. You got Jose Canseco autograph here. You got some WNBA players. You got celebrities. A whole bunch of folks. A lot of them I haven't heard of, to be honest, but a lot of them I have. If you don't get the card you want from the vending machine, can you resubmit the card and hope for a better one? Alternative, can you crack it and get SGC to slab it? Nah, you're thinking Carlisle. You keep this up, and because I'm Carlisle, is going to be the number one. It's going to be the number one episodic, longest running episodic, whatever this is. Just saying. You get now. You got to keep Derek in line because that guy's a troublemaker. I've heard about him.
Yeah.
Oh, they got friggin' Joe Buck in this too. I didn't even realize that. I hadn't looked at the checklist. So they threw all kinds of Michael Buffer's in this. Jesus. Okay. So anyway, they got Bobby Hall and a bunch of other randos, including Raymond Bork. Like anyone's heard of that guy.
I'll tell him you said that next time I talk to him.
Go ahead. And you can tell him right after. He's like, "Who the fuck are you?"
He knows who I am. He might not remember my name, but he knows who I am.
He should know you by now, Derek.
The guy, you know, you're the
guy with the face. The guy with the face.
Hi, and I know you, and we talk and stuff. What's your name again? That's pretty much how that conversation would go.
So here's the Bobby Hall. And the basic version of it is just with a bunch of hot dogs in the background.
Oh my God.
Derek was a big fan. He loved it. He's like, hot dogs, amazing. And then you've got a flag version, you got an Uncle Sam version. And of course, Derek hated it because he's anti-America. No one hates America more than Derek.
I do. Yep.
Hates flags, hates Uncle Sam, hates hot dogs.
Hate him. Yeah, he hate all those things.
Please tell me there's a Phil Kessel hot dog. That would be amazing.
Oh,
that'd be great too.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. So we got Joey Chestnut and a Phil Kessel would make sense. But the Joey Chestnut one is real. That's a real thing. And you got Hulk Hogan, and you can have Hulk Hogan with flags in the background, brother. That's right. If Bobby Hall has cars like that, there's Reggie Lemon. He looked. He wasn't in the checklist. Alas.
No, God, no. I didn't. I
left Kolzig. That's another good
call. God, yes.
That's legit. You guys are building better checklists than me.
Kolzig is related to hot dogs because of the card. Kessel put hot dogs in the top of the Stanley Cup. You know, so I don't know. It's a little different, but anyway, I forget where I was going. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I was thinking about this hot dog and American flag set and everything for 4th of July, and I was surprised initially that they had like Bobby Hull and Canadians in there, but they played for American teams, but if you are only trying to put Americans in a hockey set, you're limiting yourself.
I genuinely don't think it's so much an American thing. They got like soccer players and tennis players. Like some of them are surely outside the U.S. too.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're going to do a 4th of July set, they should just be Americans.
I think it's an Independence Day, not 4th of July, but it's the theme, the stuff in the background.
Independence Day is 4th of July.
No, I get it, but like it literally, they're not going with 4th of July as the branding. They're going with the Independence Day thing. I know it's the same date, but I think that's why they're going with hot dogs, flags, and Uncle Sam. They're just putting it in the background. They'll put whoever in the front, but
it should only be Americans.
I could be in it. Birthday's 4th of July.
Yeah, you're nobody.
That is true. Your birthday is the 4th of July.
Didn't you see that movie with Tom Cruise? Come on.
There you go. Born on the 4th of July. There's a reference for you.
Oh, thank you.
Eric showed off his latest lemon cards this week in the mail yet. I enjoy seeing his weekly leaf updates.
I did not. Things came in the mail.
You didn't get one this week?
No. This is the newest one I have. I think I already showed. This is the newest one I have.
Yeah. That's old now.
That was, I think, the end of last week. So, no, I have no others came in the mail. Other things came in the mail. But
does it make you feel better, Eric? By the way, so I want to give credit to Bob Jackson for this one. I like the pasta call out. That's a good callback. Pasta Mania. He said Hulk Hogan should have one with pasta in the background. Pasta Mania running wild, brother. Wow. Eric, I think you'd appreciate this one. Medano's in a Team USA jersey.
If you're gonna do it for a 4th of July card, yes, but the hot dog still sucks. So I hate Leaf, and I wish everyone would get evacuated safely, and then I wish for their factory to burn down.
Wow. Well, they closed the one in Canada here. Just around the corner from me, really. I think it closed down about just prior to the pandemic, but just around that time. And they were there since, I don't know, 70s, at least 60s. I used to go in there, and they had a gumball machine right up front and everything. It's kind of cool. It was the Canadian division.
There you go.
Yep. But no Brian Gray. Sorry.
Alas. Much shame.
Wherever he is.
Yeah, exactly. Wherever he is. He's been keeping a low profile relatively for him.
He did 5 shows or 4 shows, and then that was it. And then Big Bri, and then Big Bri's no Bri.
Here you go, Eric. This works. You got Uncle Sam in the background, Ferguson, Jenkins, Canadian in the front. Perfect.
Perfect.
Oh, good Lord. I hate Lee.
Perfection. Something to do with the Thunder Mixer. There you go. Stu says, I stood in the hot dog line behind Burton Cummings in Winnipeg Arena. He should be in the set. He sang the anthems that night. I know.
See?
There's opportunities, man.
See? He sang American Woman. Fuck. Come on.
Good Lord.
He's Canadian who sang American Woman. Gave you guys the best song you ever had.
Here you go, Eric. You'll like
Like-
this one. Oh, you like this one. You got DeMar DeRozan with American flags in the background carrying an American flag.
There you go.
There you go.
I
See?
hate Leaf. I don't care. I hate Leaf.
But look at the bright side. Most of these guys, they got different pictures. Could you imagine athletes so garbage that they can only find one picture of them and that's all they ever use? Like Leaf has got multiple pictures of a bunch of these people. It's crazy. Lots of people.
I know where you're going with that. I can
He went
push
with
off
that.
the curtain and see what's on the other side of that, and
Can you?
that's
Just
why I
imagine.
hate Leaf.
That's the only reason.
No, that's like the main reason. Can you just give me one other picture of Reggie Lumlin, please? Good Lord.
Bobby, one of these days they're going to do reverse negative of Reggie.
Yeah.
Just gonna reverse the picture.
Yeah.
He's
Give
gonna
it a
say
better-
They'll just
Right.
flip it. And they'll have another one where they'll have it upside down. And the leprechaun will still be right side up. Chasing it.
Oh God,
That's right. All
unbelievable.
his equipment will have the names on them backwards. You'll figure it out.
Mhm. Carlos says, could they have put the hot dog in a more awkward place? Listen, man, I have no control over it. I am merely reporting the news in this case. Merely reporting the news. That's it. Fergie was a globetrotter. Doesn't get more American than that. There you go. So you got, and of course, in traditional Leaf fashion, you got like a million one of ones of this stuff. Like most of the versions have one of ones and all that. Oh, it's a lot. It's crazy. For me, whatever. Like, look, if you're a collector of some of these people, they got Frank the Tank Fleming. There you go, Bobby.
Okay. Yeah.
And of course, Matt Guy, the cornhole goat. Eric will be PCing
Yeah,
the cornhole
I'll
goat.
have to get that one. Yeah.
Cornhole.
It's even
I just-
inscribed the cornhole goat. Come on, man. It's inscribed.
Okay.
That's a funny word.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you got William Shatner in here. Nice. There's a bunch, man.
Another
This-
Canadian. Do you have American flags behind him?
No,
This one, he's got
hot
Uncle Sam.
dogs.
He's got Uncle Sam.
Yes,
dogs.
Uncle Sam. William Shatner.
Eating
Yeah,
hot
there's an Uncle
dogs.
Sam version. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Eating ballpark Franks.
He's Canadian.
So there's Uncle Sam. Little do you know.
Makes
See?
no
Uncle
sense.
Sam. He's right there. Look. See?
He's
just-
actually North
He wants you,
American.
Eric.
He's
Just
North American. So technically,
Lack of respect.
we're all American.
Unbelievable.
Mr. Spock was from Boston, though.
Yeah, with those ears, I guess. Fuck.
Yeah.
Wow.
He drank some water out of the Charles River, and that's what happened.
Oh, no doubt. The recessive genes running around fucking Boston. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Anyways,
You guys
Some
see my slab
inbreeding.
started doing auctions? You guys started seeing my slab started doing auctions? I did not. Yeah, we want you behind all the Canadians. That's right. They're like, no, seriously, take some of these guys back. You can have Eric. No.
nope.
You keep him over in Peabody and Worcestershire.
I just want to say something to Josh that I haven't had a chance to tell him yet. Shut up, Josh.
Shadow Captain the USS Enterprise. Truth. This is true. These are facts.
One and the same.
Like I said, I've seen a lot of these Leaf sets. This one is not as trash as some of them. It's ridiculous. Like, don't get me wrong, it's ridiculous.
It's
But
trash.
I appreciate the trashiness of this one a little bit.
Good. So you're gonna
so-
go buy the Madonna then?
Well, I think there's only like 4 versions, so if I can get it, sure. It's
Probably.
not like you're lemon. I think the checklist is like 4 versions. I think that's it.
Mhm.
Like it's actually not bad. I was like, okay, for Leaf, this is restraint. I was impressed.
Yeah. Right.
Thank you. My work here is done. That's right. First time checking in. We got to work on it, man. Zach, you got to go to the other ones and hit some likes. Because it is the day after the 4th of July in celebration of America's birthday, a day after.
4 times.
We're going 776 times the normal like rate. Yes, 1776X, the normal leg rate. Just in honor.
Okay.
Yeah. It's thematic, Eric. It's thematic. 1776. Come on. Get some patriotism in you, man. We saw the text messages of you denouncing America. We've seen it.
I would give you the date of Canada's independence, but you do not have one.
Canada Day is not about the independence, Eric. I let it slide on the podcast because it was funny, but Canada Day was never about independence.
It wasn't.
It is not about independence. It has literally nothing to do with independence.
That is what
it is not called Independence Day.
That is what I said. I am well aware. That is the whole point. You're celebrating.
But you also said you don't know what Canada Day is.
You're celebrating. We're still owned by England.
Nope. That's wrong.
We're celebrating being a dominion
of England.
No, a dominion is what it is of. Canada is a dominion of provinces.
Yeah, they basically Canada is literally confederation. Confederation is when they just decided to make it a country instead of Quebec and other.
Newfoundland came in 1950. It's amazing, eh?
I think was it 49 or 50?
49. Yeah. 49, 50. I'm a hockey guy. Sorry.
Somewhere in there. Yeah, like whatever. The Bruins sucked that year, so it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Yeah, whatever. It's the same. The thing is, Eric is trying to make a point of some kind, but it's like 1776. All that happened that year. All that happened is like, all right, guys, we're going to be a country. Cool. Who opposes? The 3 British guys in the canoe. We could take down those British guys in the canoe with the help of the French. But the point is, we can take them down.
Yep.
Big time. Have you not seen The Patriot?
They had some nice tea in there, too.
That's right. And they're like, we are going to, it's this history lesson. This is facts, #scholarship. And so it's like, we will not accept taxation without representation. It's like, we offended off the British. So now that we can pay American taxes given to us by Americans.
Yeah.
Oh, you totally won that. You totally won that, Derek.
Yep.
You won that big time.
How's the national debt treating you now?
Yeah, how's that going? Yeah.
What? We have a national debt? What?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's maths. You can't figure it out.
Well, maybe the United States didn't have to spend all extra money defending Canada because you guys have like cops on horses and stuff, and that's about it.
Defended from what?
From anything.
The worst thing we could find is Americans. That's the thing we worry about the most. The rest of us we're not concerned with.
It's kind of funny. World War II. We're, boots on the ground in 1938. Somebody waited till 1942 to come in.
Oh, because they were using Derek's alarm clock. They're like, has the war started yet? Yes, you idiot. It started years ago.
World War I too as well. Someone came.
Oh shit! Hold on. Let me go get it.
They didn't.
What happened when we finally showed up?
Well, Stalin carried you.
Oh, the big brother showed up.
Took 3 years.
That right there is a D in American history. That right there is a D- in American history.
Big brother showed up and they were like, oh crap.
Yeah. And after they said, please, Stalin, don't hurt us, then they said, deal with the Americans. All right, fine, that'll be easy. Yeah. Observed at the Braves game yesterday. Multiple fans with Braves jerseys numbered 76 with America on the back. Oh, if you had done an apostrophe though, that'd been amazing.
That'd been good, yeah.
Yeah, do the apostrophe. Include it so that you get
America.
That's right. Dufax here says Canada's war of independence against the beaver. That's what we're afraid of. The beavers are fucking scary. The rest of that shit, who cares? Why do you think the Americans are like, thank God the Canadians are dealing with the beavers? We can't handle that shit.
Yeah. They're not just on the nickel,
We'll get smoked.
Yeah.
Don't even talk about the geese.
Oh, for geese.
Don't even talk about the geese. Do not even mention the geese.
You send them down here to crap all over our soccer fields and stuff all the time. I know what the plot is.
They'll chase you too, man.
Hey, listen, because
trained.
That's them being friendly. Consider yourself fortunate.
We
didn't show up until it was time to win.
You're playing the long game.
Mm-hmm. That's the key, Eric. We're playing the long con, the real long.
First, we're gonna send our geese. They're gonna ruin all your soccer fields, so we get embarrassed when we go to international tournaments because we weren't able to play and practice like we should.
Plan's working so far. Louis Real trying to start his own country in Canada. That is true. He did attempt that. Didn't work out for him, but he tried.
No.
This show needs for Americans. Listen, we've got the Burrell. Basically, I'm closer to being American than anyone beside me on the screen. So pretty much it. I at least speak English, unlike some people.
You're in South America. You come
Derek.
South America before North
awesome
America, so you get
stuff.
Yeah. Whatever you say.
precedence.
Listen, Derek is trying to get out of his protectorate status. He's going to have to apply for American citizenship or Canadian citizenship. He needs citizenship. Somebody. Somebody take this man. That's what he needs. He needs someone. He's trying real desperately. One day.
Just walk across the border. Everybody else.
Which border?
It doesn't matter.
With Eric's luck, he'll start walking across the border. He goes, Maine.
Wrong
border. He had to walk across the border in November because he couldn't get his shit together and fly in. Huh. Had a really big hat.
They're called sombreros.
I think the problem was when they asked him if he had anything to declare, he goes, no. And they're like, how do you feel about shoes and washing machines? And he's like, I'm against them. And that's what created all the international, it almost created an international incident. It's terrible.
And he had a suitcase full of luchador masks. Whew. Watch out.
Questions. Serious questions. Eric should invent a Reggie bar.
I should. That'd be delicious.
The problem is every single time he tries to start a bar, he's like, can you make it taste more like a chocolate steak? Oh, for fuck's sake. Enough of the chocolate steak.
Yeah. They're really good, man.
Whatever you say.
Canadian chocolate rocks. Sorry. And our potato chips. You guys didn't have salt and vinegar till 1990 something.
I don't need all those different flavored weird ass potato chips. I'm good.
They're not different flavored. It's salt and vinegar. It's like,
look, we've established based on your eating patterns that anything is basically complicated.
Except
if you would eat your potato chip, they're like, listen, I can't handle any of that fancy salt.
Yeah.
Give me the naked potato.
That's it. Don't even cook it. Just
don't even soil it.
I'm Irish. I'll do anything.
Not like the Mario bun. There you go. So you folks tell me anything in particular you folks want to chat on. I have concluded my one beer, so I have to refill. I don't have any refills here. So
that's why is Billy coming on?
Let's see. Hold on. I didn't get a chance to check the Instagram. Let me check. Hold on. Let's see. Ooh, I like that. Paul's been having some fun with AI. So Eric, has Paul been sending you AI images? Because I've got some here because I've been enjoying them.
Yes.
Very good. I'll share a couple of those in a minute. Okay, so let me see if I can send. I'll see if I can send Billy a link. We'll see if we get Robo Spicy Eye. We'll see if we got that going on.
Yeah, I gotta have words with him.
Oh, assuming you can hear him. It's always a danger. So we'll take our chances. We'll see what happens. We'll give it a go. We'll test our luck tonight and see how things go. I will send him a link so that he's got one.
Yep.
Gretzky Nelson bar was good. Nice. So let me ask you a question, actually. Now that reminds me, I did want to chat on one thing, and I mentioned it before we go it live, but it slipped my mind until just now. So we can talk about this for a little bit until we come up with a different topic we want to touch on. Okay. So Andy, sports card investigator, was asking me earlier, and it was a good point, and I thought about it, and I thought it might be worth discussing. Traditionally, we're a couple of weeks away from the National, and obviously, Eric will be there with bells on. He's got nothing better to do, so he'll be there. But usually by now, a couple of weeks out, basically, towards the end of the month here, we would already be bombarded. I'd be up to my neck in advice to wear comfortable shoes. Yeah. And in relative terms, it's been a lot of restraint. I actually haven't seen a lot of now I think Garrett Cardcutter had a little live stream the other day where he was chatting with it. Again, like he with his good friend, American Canadian Cars Mike. Gotta have your CanCon. But they were chatting for a bit about that, talking a little national stuff. And I've seen things here and there, but usually by now we would have already been getting hammered.
Right.
Hey, here's some advice for the National, here's whatever.
Yeah.
And Andy was basically asking, is like, have you noticed, is it just me, or does it feel like there isn't as much as usual? And I go, no, I don't think it's just you. I kind of noticed it too. There hasn't been a lot. I feel like it's been just a little bit of a sprinkling here and there, but I think there's probably a couple of reasons for it. One of them is that Cleveland just isn't the popular or easy destination necessarily that Chicago is. Chicago is very convenient in a lot of ways, so it's got a lot of appeal to it. Like I said, jokes aside, we love to make fun of a lot of these places, and I do. I've been to Cleveland over near where the baseball stadium is, and it can be all right. Like we were able to have a good time. We went over to Canton. It was good. If you're just visiting and vacationing for a little bit, it's fine. But especially like this time of year, the weather's agreeable. But if you have no other business to be there, it's not like that crazy. You go to this card show and everything. It is still expensive to go to the National. And we've got the thing where now some of the subletting is off with the dealers. So some of those dealers might not be as enthusiastic about it because they can't participate in it the way they did previously. And another factor, we won't ignore economics, but I'm going to downplay it a little bit because the Fanatics is going to happen a couple weeks later.
Yes.
And there's definitely going to be some people visiting the Fanatics thing. So it's, and you know, the Dallas shows, even if the attendance isn't like crazy, it's not like nobody's going to Dallas. It's not like nobody's going to the Philly show. It's not like nobody's going to all these things, or Burbank. It's not like Burbank is empty. No, if people want to go to shows, they're still going to shows. Yes, they're being a little more careful with their money, but it's not like they're sitting at home just like we can't do anything, we can't move. No, it's got to be something they're interested in, though.
So I guess the good question would be, is the National becoming not the big show that it was in the past, because of we have now Fanatics, now we have, you know, the Dallas show, you have all the other shows that are happening. Yeah. And how much money do you really have to spend at all these shows that are happening, and travel time and, you know, hotels and what have you, when you don't necessarily need that? And how many people really get great deals by going to the Nationals is the question.
I think that's part of it. And also, even if it wasn't just a financial thing, is it interesting enough for you to go? Because a lot of people are like,
hockey wise, no, it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Or for you, probably in that sense, and maybe even for Eric as well.
The thing is, even for me,
I'll never go.
Well, you know, as the only real American here, brother. Derek can't relate as a purebred Canadian. But the thing is that, truthfully, even with interests outside of just hockey, it's still expensive. And but now let me take the excuse away. Money's no object, you can do whatever. I'm still not super inclined. They're like, oh, but you can hang out with all these. But can you? Because the thing is, the show is a big space. It's kind of hard to run into people. You have to kind of go out of your way to arrange it. So I'm going to pay all this extra for accommodation, for travel, for all these things to go to this show where it's harder to see a lot of people, unless you're literally like, okay, so we're going to bunch up and we're going to go in like a cluster from row to row to row. That's a pain in the ass. What if I want to go off and do a couple things and see some stuff? So I've never been a big fan of that. That's why the expo works, because obviously we all have our thing, but we can all go in different directions and still locate each other if we need to. It's still it's a big enough show. There's enough stuff going on, but like, it's still manageable enough that I'll be like, hey, go meet me beside the lemonade stand. Go meet me beside the meat guy. Like, I can give you landmarks. You know more or less where it is. You can find it, and we can arrange things.
They have a meat guy at the National?
No, I'm saying I think they should. If they had a meat guy, then we'd be talking.
We have one.
Yeah, so I'm saying.
Long
standing show should have a meat guy.
What if they had a gigantic PSA vending machine in the middle of the National?
Oh, this year, I bet.
In place of PSA.
Put
Obviously.
your card in one side, pops out the other side, graded, slabbed, walk away.
Be like Willy
I would
Wonka.
totally program that algorithm. Booby or fake. It's like underneath, it's like Grader's notes. And he sucks too. Oh my God. Why? And I get insulted. Yep.
Unbelievable.
So, but the point is that, so for the National.
Yes, Amanda, you are correct.
Yeah. So for the National, though, like, look, there are certain things that can be appealing to it. I think to Bobby's question, though, his point, I do think a lot of that luster's been lost. I think a lot of it's been lost because there are other options now. There's so many other options now that it's problematic. I think that's a big issue that creates to it.
If it becomes so expensive that the dealers can't handle it, then you lose a lot of the dealers. And those small dealers are where you get a lot of good little deals from. The big guys are always selling a maximum price because they want to cover their hub and stuff like that. Yeah. It's nice to see the small guys, and you grab the, a few boxes or some cards or what have you, even supplies.
Yeah, I agree. So Hammy was saying you could have gone for free with cash if you would have gone Steve's annual giveaway. Yeah, unless the cash is like 10 grand, I'm not interested.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I'm being completely serious. It is about the money, but it's not about the money in the same way. There was a time where the issue was because the last year in Chicago, I had a hotel booking set up, but the circumstances didn't work out where I could have. But after I canceled it, I was relieved because honestly, I didn't want to go. But at this point, like, you could drop the money on my lap right now and be like, "Hey, Carlos, so here's more than enough money for accommodation, travel, whatever, and 10 grand cash, and go nuts, do whatever you want." I'm still not interested.
Okay, how about we do this? It's in Vegas.
Well, it's in Vegas. I'm there for Klondike Bar, Bobby. Like, it's like all they got to do is offer me. Like, Carlos, we got the Klondike Bar at the thing. Go hit. It's like, let's go to the win. Done. But the card show's over. Like, fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, focus.
I peeked my head in the door and I went,
like, oh, that's a card show. Yeah, that's great. Hey, how's it going, guys? Great job. Hey,
peek your head in the door, grab that Klondike Bar, and go.
Hey, wait, the Costa Makers are there. Fuck you. Okay, see ya. Click, shut the door.
Yeah,
as you were.
There you go.
Yeah,
that was easy.
Says Eric, you've been to the Sports Card Expo. If the National had 50% hockey, would you consider going to the National? That'd probably help. Yeah. That'd be a pretty big. That'd be a pretty big hockey show.
I would, because there's a lot of things that were issued in the United States that aren't really available in Canada, and then you have to pay the international shipping and all that other crap. So, I would go at that point. I would be more apt to have gone maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago. So,
I'd be more apt to go. I wouldn't.
Don't use my words.
I'm agreeing with you.
Apt,
but I don't remember apt.
Oh, you don't have the app.
There's an app.
I think.
Move on.
I would be more apt to go if it was truly 50%.
Wow. With Noisemaker too. Jeez. Okay.
But
he's forgotten what he said. He's going to say now.
I still would prefer. Because you'd also have to say I have more funds to go to 2 shows. I'd still prefer to spend my money in Canada where my money goes further because of the conversion rate. And it's 90-something% hockey. So if I had to flip a coin, do I stay in the United States and pay American money and get 50% of a show? Or do I go 90% of a show where my money goes further? I'm going to still go to the expo.
You just don't get the maths. 50% of 100 million people, and you got 90% of 10,000. What's the difference?
Because every time I go up north, just like you said, I'm stealing more words from you. I see things up north that I cannot see, in all the shows that I've been to.
The most Minnesota.
Civilized people with hygiene.
Yes. I go up north and I see things that are just, it blows my mind every year.
Yes, there's a lot of good things, sure.
So that's where I prefer to be.
Me too.
So here, Stu says, my share hotel in Chicago is $200 total for 4 nights across the street from National, plus $15 per day to park at the hotel.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's a good deal. So, but I'm going to go back to what I said.
Sleeping in there, 16.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. It was about the money previously. It is now, I don't want to go. Like, I know part of the shtick of the show is that I make fun of certain things and we play up certain things, but wrestling is how you pronounce it, and is the correct pronunciation. Those things are legit. Those things are true.
Yes.
But I genuinely have seen enough where I'm like, every year that goes by, the National is less and less and less and less appealing, to the point that we hit 0 and now we're into negatives.
Yep.
To the point that I would go out of my way not to go to the National. So it's not about the money anymore, in the sense, even though it's still expensive to go.
It's minus 32 or 0.
Oh, minus 32 at least. Yeah, minus 32 at least 0. So the thing is that it doesn't interest me. The argument that, but you get to hang out with people, sort of. Like, because so many of them. So if I can find them, or if I go out of my way and do all this, it's like, guys, I don't want to work that hard ever. You guys know the stories about me showing up at the expo at the crack of noon are true. That's my local show, and I'm a hop, skip, and a jump, and it's about as convenient as it can be for me. Guess what? I still show up when I feel like it. I'm not going out of my way to run in. I don't care about card shows enough to sit there and be like, run in the front door at the beginning of the show. I don't need them for that. I can still enjoy them for what they are. most of the time we were hanging out at the expo. We can get together. That is possible. Yeah. I can sit down and chat with folks and do that, and that's a lot of fun. I can still find cards for my collection. I do, so that works out. But it also, we can have dinner after. So we'll go sit down, have dinner, and then I'm just not at Montana's. But then at least we got stories about Montana's at the time that Bobby spent time ranting and raving about Montana's. So we've got that for it. We got that going for us. Can you do that at the National? Of course you can. And for some folks, that's exactly what they're looking for. They want to have those encounters, those memories, and those things. I don't disagree with you. I would rather, if it's just a money thing, by the way, even if money was no object, I would still reject the National in favor of going to some of these regional shows and meeting up with some pockets of people that I know, because it's a hell of a lot easier and it makes more sense. I don't need to be in the biggest group with the biggest group of people. I can go to the Philly show and hang out with the Philly guys because I know some folks there. I could go to the Dallas show and hang out with some folks down. I could go hang out with the Hockey Oracle at the Dallas show and some other folks that I know down that way.
Yeah.
And then I could go to friggin' Burbank, and I know some people on the West Coast. So it'd be easier for me to do it that way than it would be to go to the National and like, okay, oh, but did you see so-and-so? Yeah, I said hi to them like 2 days ago for like a minute, and then I haven't seen them since. Doesn't make any sense. That's a waste of my time. Not interested.
There you go.
Yeah. So Zach says, with inflation, I'm cutting out attending shows before I would cut back on cards. You can have your shows all surf eBay. That's fair. That's fair. I get it.
Yeah, there's so many other modes of purchasing. It's just, you'd have to go with the intent that you're going to find something interesting. Otherwise, if the crapshoot is so low, why bother spending that money? And it would probably be $2,500, probably Canadian, I would think, to basically you buy without buying anything. That's a fairly decent.
Are we assuming? So no, I won't do it one more time. We've already done the to be fair too many times.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he's holding back. I like it.
There's never too many times.
Well, I just did it. So where's the follow up?
Mm-hmm.
I missed that one. I had something else on my mind for a moment.
So you're saying it wasn't fair to be fair.
It wasn't, but to be fair.
Thank you.
It's a little.
So the reality is, if you are getting your own hotel now, if you're sharing with 47 other people, then so be it. Redo the math for yourself. But the one I went to, the hotel I had last time in Chicago, would have worked out. I think it was like $2,500 just for the hotel. We're not counting transportation, but yeah, it was something like that because it wasn't
penthouse or what.
Listen, if you're gonna do it, you do it right, Bobby. We can't all be like the peasants. We can't be open like Bougie Eric over there. But the thing is with the exchange rate and all the costs, I forget what the exact number was, but it was easy. I know it was 2,000 minimum for sure. With the exchange rate and everything, it was just very expensive because it's like 4 nights or whatever. So it's like, it wasn't cheap. And they were very expensive. And I got them well in advance because that stuff gets booked early. Now, if you go stay in like
Dave's place.
Exactly. Or if you go like, you get a cot under the bridge somewhere, then fine. Save some money.
Blend in. Sure.
Exactly. That's a different thing.
You fly in, you rent a car, make sure it's an SUV. Drop the seats down. You sleep in the SUV.
In Chicago?
Yeah, you'd be dead in an hour, but it'll be
pretty
cheap.
much. Yeah.
I think at that point you just rent one of the big one of the big RVs and you hire Yannick to stand sentry outside.
Yeah.
Yep.
That'd be cheaper, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Paul says, if it's not in Chicago, I have no plans to spend a 1K minimum for the pageantry. If it's in Chicago and it's a one night of a hotel split, sure. There you go. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I'd love to meet each of you hang out. Well, we'll see, Florida man, but it won't be at the National.
No, what he's really saying is, hey, I know that Eric's
He's saying he's not coming to Canada anytime soon.
What he says is, I know Eric's wife travels with him to these things, and I really want to meet you guys and hang out, which really means stay away from my wife. Freaking ham.
Yeah, we don't have to.
Yeah. Suk says, the good hockey deal I got last year was a WHA poster set for $50. I found some great deals last year, all well below eBay comps that existed. There was a dealer table with oversized items. I have no doubt that you can find stuff if you're looking for it, but it's a bit more needle and haystack kind of thing. You have to really dig.
WHA poster set from 73. Yep. 50 US. Ooh. Sorry.
I talked to some folks before to book 2025 hotels and stuff. I'm a sober cat and can drive north. Hotels are way cheaper. There you go. Dom says Chicago's the most convenient setup for sure. Yeah, it really is. Like if you're going to Chicago, it's just easier because once you get to the hotel, you're right beside the venue. You're going back and forth is much easier. It's just more convenient.
I have to get one of those deep dish pizzas one day. So
there you go. Had to spend significantly more to attend this year in Cleveland, but the experience and friends and opportunity to find scarcer items is worth it to me. Live the dream, Dom. Live the dream.
No, Bobby, you have Boston Pizza as a chain that does not exist.
Horrific.
And it does not exist in Boston. There is no Boston.
You're lucky. There
is no Boston pizza here.
That is because, Eric, there is no Boston in Boston.
That's true.
Boston pizza is the closest to a real Boston that exists on this earth. Real Boston is fake Boston, and Canada has the real Boston.
Oh.
That's how it all works.
Why do you think it hasn't worked for you? Like, this is your problem. Your problem is that you're in fake Boston.
You're not missing anything. Trust me. It's one of the
Boston pizza is overpriced trash. It really is way overpriced trash. It's really.
They did have their own homemade chicken fingers, which were really nice at one time, and they just the last couple times over the last so many years, just downhill. Fruit flies all over the place. It's like, come on, guys.
The only thing it's useful for is if the person who owns the particular branch runs it well,
makes a difference.
And it's a good sports bar. Like my buddies and I used to go there to watch the UFC fights. It was good for that. Because they would have a special, you could get like a big beer that everybody could split, like a big gigantic one. The food, exactly. The food was the food was barely passable. It wasn't great.
Yeah,
it was enough. It was enough to keep you from starving. That's basically enough.
I've only been to one. I've been the one in downtown Toronto, near the
Dome, probably.
Near the Dome.
There's one at an intersection there.
That might be a better one because downtown.
I've been to that one. It's okay.
I didn't think it was that bad.
No,
I think that one. Again, I gave the caveat. Depends on who the general manager and owner is of that particular branch, because you can have one that is run well, and it'll be decent. Am I going to sing its praises to the heavens? No, but is it workable? Yeah. You can have a beer, watch a game, and enjoy yourself. It's fine.
Anything was better than the company I was keeping that night. So yeah, it was fine.
Okay.
I'll finish reading a couple one, and then maybe we'll have a spicy eye sighting. Hang on. All right. So Dufex here says, if I'm spending $2K or more, I better be confident I'm getting more than the card discounts by going. That's fair. Met Eric's wife, but never Eric. Zach says Carlos is banned. I don't know if he's making any excuses for not going. He's banned. It doesn't matter. I know.
Banished.
2K for the hotel and 2K for the travel expenses. There you go. I can make a meal from multiple appetizers and prefer to an entree. Live the dream. I like it. All right, Spicy Eye. What say you? Are you digital Spicy Eye? What's going on?
I'm gonna go as long as it works.
All right.
As long as it works.
I'm just lying in bed.
So I've been too lazy to make it, but I was planning on this weekend. I'm going to be making a video denouncing the lazy release of AEW product. We've got like the cards now. We've got the ones from the last pay-per-view, so that's good. But then it's pushing a year since the last product. So Billy, when I asked you about the blasters, can you just put? It's getting a while, man. When's the release of the last one? Do you even remember? That's how long it's been.
Flagship.
How long ago was that?
I don't know.
That you cannot remember the date is kind of making my point, sir.
It wasn't my product. That was the first AEW product I did not build.
Okay, and what
then
is the next AEW product? One that you're building? One that you built, I should say.
I'm only doing like one now a year.
And are you pushing it all the way from California in a shopping cart? Like, what's going on?
No, I think there's one coming up here soon. I want to say Allure's coming up real soon.
I think Allure is the third one. I think the next flagship is supposed to hit first if my timing is right.
Is it? It's one of the two. One of them's close.
I think it's supposed to be the flagship. I think it's supposed to be the next flagship. I believe. I think that's if my recollection is right.
Hey, Eric.
Yeah, buddy.
Uh-oh.
So, I might have something you might be interested in.
Okay, pal.
I mean, unless you don't want to.
Bobby Ordahl and Minton the Box.
When it comes to you, Billy, you're either gonna do or say something really, really mean and cut my legs off at the knees, or you're gonna do something really, really nice. And it's like, do I want to take the chance?
Well, let me just put it this way: what do you doing the week before the expo?
I don't have any plans that I know
I'm scared.
of. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow.
So nothing is set in stone. I don't have my ticket yet.
Okay.
But there is a Shoresy Classic happening in Boston that I might have tickets for or get tickets for.
Yeah.
And not only might I just get regular tickets, but I might get some special tickets. That include like meet and greets and stuff like that. And I believe they're playing the Boston Bruins alumni.
That is true.
So I'm just saying. Chance November, maybe we can hang out.
I would like that very much, Billy. I won't hold you to it right now.
I'm sorry to say, I'm probably going to take Carlos to the Toronto one the next day instead.
That seems fair.
That seems about right.
I'm just
Bobby always gets
there actually is a Toronto one. The day after, I think they play in Toronto, or the day before. It's one of the two. Either the day before or the day after they play in.
I didn't know that they were like back to back, but I guess that makes sense to keep the cast together. They can't be.
Yeah, they travel from place to place. It makes it easier. Yeah.
Yeah, just do it real quick for them. Yeah. But yeah, they're playing the Leafs and then and Boston. So I was got to look into that.
I'm always the bridesmaid. And Billy, I hear you're moving to Minnesota soon.
What?
Yeah.
My sister lives there.
Oh, that's what it is. Because you've been on the fucking Hockey Gong show so many fucking times. I can't even get on there once. And I was asked to say hi. And then we got to keep getting him on. And then all of a sudden, Billy fucking shows up every fucking 5 minutes. It's like, what the
I was like, I literally was like,
we need to have Bobby on. Hey, Billy.
I was like, you guys want to talk about Extended since it just came out?
Hey, Sylvain from Nova Scotia. Come on.
So look, Eric, in the spirit of fairness, we always give Billy a hard time. So I think the right thing to do is to give him his flowers for once. So hold on. Here we go. Billy, Extended this year is substantially less trash than normal. Congratulations. Yes. Oh. Yes. Great job. Average. Woo.
Wow. He's been inundated.
That's the best. That's the best praise we got.
Average.
That is the highest praise this show can give. Yeah, it's average. Yeah. Hey, listen. Like it's usually like, what is this? What is this? What is this? It's like, hey, it's a product. Good job, guys.
And next time you're on, you can tell them I don't want to be on because you're going to be on it before I'm ever even on again too. So
I guess they have a new guy on there too now.
I only know Troy from Nova Scotia, another Canadian so famous, Slab Shark. Yay! Let's a day in the life.
No, you're talking about the Loud Collector, the guy from Ottawa.
Who?
There's the other guy that's so there's the two guys from Minnesota. And then there's the guy who's been on like the last several weeks. It's a Loud Collector. He's basically from over Ottawa. He's like an Ottawa Senators collector.
Oh, but they've had Sylvain on. They're going to do a week in a life with him, so he'll be on in a regular. I'm not on schedule till 20.
Bobby, no one knows how to reach you. Like you're hiding in a cave. Eric, help me out here. Bobby Burrell hides in a cave somewhere in the garage of knowledge. Nobody can find him. No one's seen the man. He's like
in
Sasquatch.
a different dimension.
Like, how do you even find? Like, I can't find the man. Like, I thought I had him tracked. Look, I thought I had him tracked down. I was sitting there like, I'm pretty sure he's in this corner. Like, I was looking, and it was like, and then I go in. No, that's not it. It's not him. And then I'm like, okay, no, it's got to be like right here. It's got to. And then it's like, no, that's not Bobby. There's no way. So, Bobby, this is why the Gong Show can't find you. Like,
I think so.
How are we supposed to find you?
I heard they're going to change the name of that show to the Billy Card Gong Show.
I think so. Yeah, starring.
I think it's an unofficial
Spicy Eye Cilio, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just had products coming out that they want. I actually said, hey, are we going to talk about extended? And they're like, yeah, let's do it.
Well, Billy, like, look, I would love to talk to you about products that are coming out, but the problem is, like, all I want to talk about is my favorite product of all time, SP Signature Legends.
Well,
that's all I want to discuss.
Funny that you say that, Carlos, because I did see you guys talk about Fleer Ultra Wolverine, and you really didn't know anything about it. And
yeah.
I'm like, why doesn't he talk to the guy that built the set?
I just said all those nice things about it.
So Billy, I can actually answer that question. I can legitimately answer that question. Billy, I have no idea what products are coming out. They literally give me a list the day that we're recording. So I'm like, I have no idea what this is. I know it's Flair Ultra and I know it's Wolverine. That's it.
I'm skimming it
almost in real time. I'm skimming it almost in real time.
The day you get a Britt Baker out of 10, do you immediately message me? Yes. So when you get a list of sets that you might be talking about, you can immediately
I don't get a list of sets that we're talking about. I'm looking at the list of sets as we're recording at the time, literally at the time. So unless Billy, unless you want to be on call at 5 a.m. your time, because that's when we're recording, 5 a.m. your time, because it's 8 a.m. my time.
Mm-hmm. Well, call Eric first, and then he can wake me up.
There you go. Exactly. So Billy, that show is almost record to live to tape. It's literally like it gets recorded and within a couple of hours it's up. It's literally the same day that it's being uploaded is the same day it's recorded in the morning, and then boom, upload.
I'm just Carlos, did we take off the taping?
I want to give you a little more warning about what products are coming out. I know a guy.
Oh yeah.
Well, Billy, the products coming out is useful, but it's also the products they ordered from their distributor. So it's whatever they are actually ordering is what we're going to be talking about. It's not just whatever exists. It's got to be something they actually have in stock that they're going to be selling. It's kind of important.
Can you block people on Instagram?
Yes, sure. You could. Okay. You could, yes.
Okay, good. Just wondering.
Yeah. Yeah. So Amanda says, you guys talk Wolverine without me? Yes, we did. We did.
Yeah, and what I talked about was you, Amanda, and Billy, and the other gentleman who I do not know that did that break on IG Live the other day. And then I talked about the cards. I said I liked them. I liked how they had the foil Wolverine claws in the back there, the cut marks, and how they did a great job with the artwork. And talked about how you guys ripped a whole bunch of boxes and showed a bunch of the inserts, but then I had to leave, so I didn't get to watch to the very end. And I said the product looked really good. That sums up what I said, because that's pretty much what I said. So
yeah, I actually said more
of the product, and I said you guys did a nice job on the live. So. And then Billy comes on here and just starts, busting my nuts after I said, nice things about him earlier. So
he's taking you to the Boston. What do you,
Bobby? And he's not even acknowledging that I said something nice about Extended. I never say anything nice about Extended. I said it's solidly adequate. Dare I say possible? Dare I say possible? Inoffensive.
There might be a card from this set that you look at buying.
Billy, there were multiple cards in SP Signature Legends from Medeno that I have bought. It doesn't change anything. Unless you want to make it SP Signature Legends Medeno edition, and that's all there is.
Carlos, you have all these guests. You need some filler. Also, have all superstars.
Mm-hmm. Clearly. So I think it's important. We got that going. Look. Like I said, you should feel honored for two things. Number one, you are the unofficial Upper Deck correspondent of the Gong Show. That's pretty special, because they had to get somebody up there of some caliber, because they can't get the Bobby Burrell, because nobody can find the guy. Nobody knows how to reach him.
They can't afford the Burrell. Okay,
no,
he's so above their price range. That's like trying to get Tom Brady.
They have my book, and I think that's good enough.
I'm looking forward to one time they misquote the book, and then all of a sudden a scathing review. All of a sudden a one-star review is like from the Burrell is like, how dare you? That's not what it says.
I actually do correct them a lot in the comment section.
As you should. I think that's fair.
But I do it nicely, but not anymore. No.
That's right.
I'm actually not sure which my hockey products is coming out next, but we should do like the Matt Damon on Jimmy Kimmel, where it's just like, oh, we gotta go. We don't have time for Bobby.
Yeah.
Yep. That would be good.
I actually feel that's almost what they were going for, because every time literally every time I've heard his name mentioned it, and I'm sitting there like it's not that hard. Like 47 people have Bobby's contact information.
Last time I was on, when you were on, Billy, actually I unfollowed anyway, so it didn't matter. I did watch you for about 3 minutes, something like that.
There is that.
Yeah, so I did watch you a little bit. We'll follow you other ways.
Wow, I see.
Maybe. We'll see.
That's fair. So, Billy, at this point, out of the most recent one, so let me ask you this. I'll feed this one to you. Out of the most recent one, which is the one that you've been kind of enjoying talking about the most of the recent ones? Is it the Wolverine one, or is it one of the other ones?
Honestly, I have to say it's Wolverine, because I don't think you understand. I started building that set in like 2022, I think, or earlier. I built it on probably 2021. I built it on my couch during COVID. And then what happened was Avengers came out, which I saw to the finish line. I did not build it. I think I added a couple things to it for some reasons. And then I did not build Midnight Suns. But they decided to make Midnight Suns come out between Wolverine and Avengers because they didn't want like Avengers and Wolverines back to back. They're too similar. So we did the Midnight Suns, and then finally Wolverine came out. And what I like about it is I actually did collect Wolverine comics back in the day when I was a kid. So it's like I do have some knowledge of the histories and the storylines and some of the cool comic books and some of the stuff they did with it. So like there's that claw cut cover, which is based off of comic 50, Wolverine 50. There was an insert that was supposed to be based off of an old like Hulk issue. There's a bunch of little top secret. Did you hear the top secret story? Because it's actually kind of funny.
I did.
No, I didn't catch it.
I'll tell it to Carlos real quick. So we made these little envelopes, and so in the previous set we did these poly bag. Like I wanted to make poly bags, like the old comic books, like Death of Superman came in like this white or black poly bag, and I'm like, I want to put a card in a poly bag, and we tried to do it, and they ordered poly bags that were like 5x7, and they had to like fold it and tape it, and it was it made no sense. I was so mad when I saw it, and they're like, sorry. And so our brand managers like hooked it up, got us our little mini envelopes. We made mini parallels of the base set, numbered out of 42 or numbered out of 5. And then I get a call from North Carolina saying, yeah, the vendor says it's going to cost $10,000 to print top secret on these envelopes. And I'm like, are you kidding me? They're like, nope. While I'm having this conversation, I am literally going to Amazon, looking up how much a top secret stamp costs.
Yep.
Notice it's like $5-10. I send a purchase order to our purchasing department for 3 of them and said, I go, we'll just do them ourselves. If you want to send them to Carlsbad, I'll do them. If you want to pay someone for an hour or two to stamp, a certain number of envelopes, then there you go. And someone hand stamped them, and it was like 4,000 or 5,000 that they had to hand stamp. But it literally is just like stamp, 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 stamp. And we got it done for a lot cheaper than $10,000.
There you go.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. I wanted to do that in Fleer Ultra Avengers, but just didn't happen.
Well, that's good. It's good that you've got that. So now the little bags have the personal touch. It's like individually done
and
stamped.
Also nice to do essential credentials again.
There you go. I think that's fair. It's one of those things where, because it's comics and I know of comics, I didn't really get into comics. My younger brother is the comic guy. So it's stuff like, I don't think he's into cards as much anymore, but for him, something like that was definitely kind of up his alley in terms of those ones. But like, I was being serious though when I was talking about it. It was funny when I saw your comment. I laughed because I was sitting there like, yeah, like. But when I get it, they're like, I'm literally go in and I go, hey guys, so is there any product that's coming in that you want us to talk about? He goes, yeah, this one. I go, okay. So literally, I type in, I just type in. It's like, all right, how many cards per pack? How many things? It's like, let me scroll through real quick, and I'm scanning it in real time as we're doing the show, because it's like most of the time I don't have a lot of time to prep. If it's hockey, I pretty much know it anyway conceptually because I already have it. But it's like, I know of them, and I know I saw that jambalaya, and I go, wow, the jambalayas are going to be pretty popular. They're nice cards anyway, so. You pick the right character, I think it's going to be pretty good.
We took what's popular with Fleer Ultra and then added inserts that are relevant to Wolverine. Yeah. And that was a nice, like, I think in some of our other sets that we've made, it's been like purely like Fleer Ultra, we're going to do the same type of inserts or whatever. And or bring back this and bring back that. And I'm like, it's got to have some original, like, theme stuff also. And well, that's all about Fleer Ultra Wolverine.
There you go. Good stuff. Eric, you getting ready to order multiple cases? You all good to go?
I liked it. I can't jump to start collecting other stuff. I have too much stuff. I have too many things I collect, and I can't start something new. Now, one thing I typed it in the comments the other day, Billy, that I didn't see any cards of the Punisher. And I asked, did I miss it, or are there not any?
The Punisher has been a banned character in Marvel for a while now. So we can't show him.
Why?
There's a few. I don't know if it has to do something with the rights, if it has to do something with guns. But the Punisher is one of the banned characters. There's a few others that are like weird. Nightcrawler, I think for a while was banned. And you're like, why? Like, doesn't make sense. But he was banned. So
Can we all agree that it's because we don't want Eric to have nice things?
Basically. So yeah, it's just there's no Punisher because he's a banned character, unfortunately. And that's one of I collected like Wolverine, X-Force, X-Men, Silver Surfer, and Punisher. Those were like the big things I collected back in the day. So it sucks that we can't do Punisher stuff because very, very interesting character, to say the least. Now we were able to do, which is weird because we're able to do the Netflix show Punisher, but we can't draw the comic Punisher.
I just assume the Punisher's under the same deal that I am with the National. Like it's Spanish.
Maybe. Yeah.
Now, Wolverine can take his claws out and cut someone's head off.
And be you and your knives. Yeah.
And that's completely okay. But if
Wolverine is a Canadian.
That must be the reason why. But if Punisher shoots somebody, that's bad. Okay. I'm making sure I understand.
It just works, man. By the way, Billy, I just checked in with one online dealers that I deal with on this end. 2024 AEW flagship right now. The current date is July 31st is what they got listed. So whatever it is, that's the next one whenever it actually comes out.
That's not about right.
Yeah. So that's the vicinity. We don't TBD, to be determined, whatever. But that's the next one that shows up. The next date that's closest. So
but I didn't. So buy at your own risk. I'm just joking.
But you could be grabbing a case and slowly pushing it across the border so that by the time the real release date happens, it will cross.
True. Very true.
Just saying. I think we'll have this conversation offline, but I was having I was sitting there going like, I follow a couple of different social media platforms and folks that they go on there, and whenever they talk about wrestling cards now, they just talk about WWE because that's the only thing that has products coming out. And I'm like, well, guys, it's like you're kind of And I sat there. It's like, you can't call it wrestling card, content and whatever. If you literally are just like, we're only going to cover one league. And it's like, I understand the other products haven't come out, but they still exist.
Okay,
you have to at least pretend they exist.
What has come out for WWE?
Right now, Immaculate's the most recent one. That one just came out a little while ago.
What came out before that?
Chronicles. There have been 2 or 3. So Chronicles, Select, Revolution came out 2023. Prism was a 2023 product. I forget the exact dates of release, but those are all 2023 products that have already come out. And Chronicles was the most recent one before Immaculate. So there have been Immaculate and Chronicles have been the 2 most recent.
And then they have their tops now of the matches.
Yes. Well, Panini, but yeah. And I think Topps is doing a thing as well.
Oh, Panini still. Wait, Panini doesn't
Immaculate's
have it.
Panini. Immaculate's Panini, yeah.
Oh, Panini still has it.
Yeah, because right now I think that they and Topps came to an agreement.
Stop it. You can't even compare now. They're getting rid of all of it. That's why everything's coming out, is because the
stuff was coming out before, Billy. The stuff was coming out before.
No,
don't act like the year before.
Yeah, and we had Allure and Metal and Flagship like all come out in the same
like within 12 seconds of each other, and then 8 months before the one before that.
We've been very adamant that it's going to be 3 products a year, and that you have your new arrivals, you have your match dated moments, your match dated moments special edition. Is there anything else? I can't remember. Oh, I gotta buy all those too. I haven't bought any yet. The most recent ones.
Any Donald Sutherland autographs you have, Billy?
I have. You want to know? I have one. I think I might even be able to find it here. Hold on a second. Would it be?
He's moving the phone. We're gonna lose him.
That'd be an error.
Lose him. Don't move the phone.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, I was gonna say, leave the phone.
And I just want to point out that the Punisher may be banned at Upper Deck, but it is not banned on this show.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, as long as he's paying for the like button, I think that's fair. And I know Amanda's got a comment about DC. We'll get to that here in a second, but I just want to finish this thought. I want to get the release date. What was the release date on this thing? Now I want to see if I can find it. So yeah, this is Bobby. This is where I wish that the website that used to actually do used to do all those checklists and release dates and everything was still online. But ever since they fired the one guy that worked there, that's it. It's over. It was nice having the information in one place. It was handy. Now I kind of have to fumble around and find the info wherever I can. It's not very good. It's very unfortunate. Yeah,
you got another cold, Eric?
Who knows? I had an itch, but who knows? I do feel a little like my nose is running a little. I'll probably end up sick in bed for a month.
Probably.
So for the record, whenever Billy comes back, I was double checking just to make sure. So Bobby, the last AEW thing that released was the 2023 flagship. That was in December. We are in the month July 2024 of our Lord.
Billy.
Yeah, and
we are on month 7,
one.
going on month 8. Eventually, approaching month 8.
Yeah, they're rushing it.
Billy, if we consider like 3 months
down.
between products, if it's 3 a year, you could do like 3 or 4 months between, not 8 months, and then do 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Could space them out a little more. Just a thought.
Competition.
Just an idea, and a crazy idea I had out there. You could always have the Italians printed, Billy, if it'll help.
Oh, that's scary. You look like Punisher. Oh, just kidding.
Oh.
Come.
Banned.
Vanished.
No, I'm just trying to flip. I'm trying to flip the camera, but I can't. Okay, so I went to an event, and I tried to get this signed by Donald Sutherland. And it's already signed by a number of the main characters. It's Hunger Games. There was a book signing. And there were a few there. And he literally looks at me. He's like, I'm not on that. And keeps walking. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And I flipped as fast as I could until I found this page. I don't know if you can see it.
There you go.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, we can see it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that is only Donald Sutherland. The time to have gotten them, I didn't have anything, or I just wasn't. I was kind of like, meh. And do I regret it? Nah, yeah, but it is what it is.
I just finished watching his last role, the Bass Reeves show on I think was it on Max. It was pretty good. He did a good job in it playing the judge.
He's a good actor, yeah, for sure.
Well, not anymore, but he was.
Yeah.
But I just finished watching that the other day, and it was just by chance that I was in the middle of binging it when he passed. So, but Kelly's Heroes still my favorite role that he ever did. He was awesome in that.
Yeah.
Loved Kelly's Heroes. He was so cool. He did such a good job.
That too.
The tank driver, he was out of his mind. He was like a hidden tank driver in World War II.
Yeah, he was good.
So, Billy, this was for you. Amanda was asking earlier. I want to get back around to it. You want to say anything about DC?
Oh, we don't have anything out yet.
There you go. See, I asked.
I do know that Amanda is starting a Facebook page for DC that everyone should join.
Yeah, there you go. I've seen the demand. So if you check The Graded Gamer, look it up on Instagram and check some of that out. I know that there's a couple. So Facebook page, and I think there is some content related to it as well. Help me out here, Eric. I feel like there's a podcast or some kind of content related to it. If not on the Instagram, I forget. I saw like a couple of things related to it on the social media, but I scanned it really briefly.
She's doing a bunch of. I know she's putting up some videos on YouTube.
Okay, there you go.
She's doing a lot of them lately. So I'm getting.
That's kind of the reason. So look, even if it's not my category, I'm happy to promote it because for me, whenever there's any of these categories, comics or in this case, for myself, the wrestling. That's why I have that other channel. Because whenever I have something I want to say about it, I could put it on here, but a lot of people are just not as interested. So I put it over there. So if they want to check it out, they can. That's kind of the reason I give Billy the gears with it, because I'm planning on making a video kind of talking about where we sit on it right now, because I've been enjoying the product, which is good, but I do think, and this is not a criticism, Billy. This is me speaking as an opinion, just looking at the market and everything. I think it's it doesn't matter what the manufacturer is, and I don't care what the IP is. Whenever the people who are supporting it have no idea when the next one's coming, they know a thing's coming, but they don't know when. You kind of sit back. The advantage is if you're collecting, you can fill out your checklist. Billy was joking about when I shared my thing. Well, the good news is I've had enough time to be able to go and fill it out, but some of it just isn't appearing. Some of it's not. I'm waiting for a Lure E-Pack and all that stuff. So eventually that'll come out and that'll allow some other stuff to be available. And we're waiting on that, but there's a long lull between things, and you've got some stuff in between, but not enough to satiate the people that are like, hey, I'd like something. Let me have something here.
Yeah. So for DC, what we're really excited about at DC is the fact that, I don't want to say the license has been ignored, because, one of our competitors had it and they built some sets, and I think I even have some of the cards from some of their sets. But what I can say is it hasn't been done to the levels that we do with Marvel, with all the original artwork and all the different sets and movies and TV shows and all that stuff. It's a full package. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that DC characters have never had before that's going to be coming out. So we're going to start off small. We've got like Marvel Annual. Marvel. We have DC Annual starting us off, which is just kind of like a review of the year. And then I believe after that is Metal Universe Batman. So imagine PMGs for Batman and Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy and the Penguin. Like there's so many iconic characters in DC that have never had PMGs before. And then I've just finished working on, and it's going to take a while, but I just finished working on, because it's original artwork, Fleer Ultra Superman. So we're already in the process of getting artists to work on Fleer Ultra Superman for that set. And so there's going to be, like medallions and a number of other like inserts. I think essential credentials and some other stuff are going to be in Fleer Ultra Superman. So there's a lot of really cool first time things for that. That's one of the reasons why we're so excited about this DC licenses. What's funny is the top 3 superheroes, like collectible superheroes, 2 of them are from DC. You've got, I don't know the order, but you got Superman, Batman, and Spider-Man. So 2 of the most collectible cartoon or comic characters are from DC. So the fact that these characters are going to be getting, a library of new cards is pretty exciting, especially for Batman and Superman fans and Wonder Woman. That's one thing that's pretty awesome too. Is there's superheroes. There's not many female superheroes that can hold something up like a product on their own, and we feel that Wonder Woman is one of those type of
her movie
superheroes that could definitely hold her own on her own product. So we're extremely excited about starting up with the DC license, and the licenser's been great to work with. We have weekly meetings and talk to them all the time.
So I think Eric was secretly like, he wasn't saying it verbally, but I could see in his eyes that what he was thinking of asking is obviously what we need is we got the PMGs that you're describing. Yeah. We could have the variants. We could have PMG Batman. We could have PMG Adam West Batman. We could have PMG Christian Bale Batman. We could have Michael Keaton Batman. And then inscribed
Clooney Batman.
I'm Batman.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of stuff that hasn't been done that, trust me, we're looking into a lot of different things. And we're really excited.
Look, I just think Adam West Batman. Listen, Billy, I don't even give a crap about most of the comic cards, but you get Adam West Batman, I'm in.
I am Batman.
I want Adam West Batman doing the bat dance.
Oh yeah, the funky.
That's a win right there. That could be the retro, Eric. That could be the PMG retro.
Yeah, I want Adam West doing the bat dance.
Amazing, sensational. I love it. And then you got a variant where he's climbing the wall.
The climbing the ground.
Look, Adam West Batman is ridiculous, but I like the level of ridiculousness it has. It's kind of fun in its own way, but it's still a take on Batman. But then you've got the other ones, but some of the other ones, like Michael Keaton's Batman, was the one that repopularized the comic book movie. It brought it back. So I think I say it partially in jest, but it would be kind of cool to have the different iterations of Batman, because a lot of them have something. We can ignore Bat Nipple Batman. We can ignore that one if we want. We can skip that one.
It never happened.
But Michael Keaton Batman's pretty cool, and I think Adam West Batman's pretty sweet, and like animated series Batman's pretty cool.
Can we do a Prince Bat Dance purple PMG?
Oh, there you go.
You're freaking upper deck. You tell me, Spicy Eye. Maybe you should. Look, we're just giving ideas. We're just spitballing some ideas out here. You've got time between you got at least 6 more months before the next AEW product. So get on with it. Let's go. We got time.
You can do it in between your videos on hockey.
Gong show.
I think that 6 months is the 6 months it's going to take for the product just to get to you.
Billy, I can have people on the ground over there in Etats-Unis. If you knew how much I'm paying for some of the boxes of it, in once a year that it comes out, I'm not worried. It's not a concern of mine. But at this point, I might have to print it myself, and I might be able to get it to market faster.
Possibly.
Yeah. Here you go, Billy. Can you do a special parallel for Eric? Maybe mayonnaise themed. Perhaps.
What I find funny though, Carlos, is autographs from Flagship. A lot of them are worth more than an autograph from Immaculate.
They can be, because they're harder to pull. So two different things. So I can criticize it because I actually patronize the product. This is always one of my favorite things. I can criticize it because I literally opened like 2 cases of Allure. So I patronize the product. So I can make fun of it as much as I want. But the thing is, I agree with that principle. I think it's a weird argument, because I know you're talking about like on the message boards where people complain that there isn't an autograph per box. And I agree with the idea that if you do one per box, well then, all right, fine, you get one per box, but then you get Serpentico. Like that isn't going to move the needle. Like if you have to fill in to fill it in with, and by the way, nothing against Serpentico, but it's hard to justify that. If it's a tougher pull, then the autograph holds more weight. Then it's a little easier to be like, hey, then it doesn't have to be the biggest name. It can still be something. But if it's a bigger name, then it's even better. So it kind of sets it apart a little bit. And I was lucky in the 2 cases I pulled 3 of the Golden Treasures, 2 of the autograph versions.
Nice.
So I did pretty well. Like I can't complain. I got the best one was a Sheeta Golden Treasures, and somebody out in the UK bought that for me, and they were very happy. So we were able to make a deal, and they were thrilled. Of course, then I went to EPAC and for metal, and then I got the Adam Cole Gold PMG. So thanks, Billy, for holding the button down for me. 5 packs, and then I got my Gold PMG, sold that off, and used the proceeds to purchase some Brits. Everybody wins.
Not a bad deal.
Yeah, I still need that last green PMG of Ty.
Which one's missing?
The retro.
I find the retro but we need to open the spigots over there at EPAC because I find the retro ones have been a little tougher to come by for whatever reason.
Yeah, I've got a couple base autos coming my way from ComC. They should be here in the next day or two. That'll probably
so here's
put
a question for you.
Earth up to like 70 or 80 or something. I'm exaggerating, but it's a lot.
Yeah, here's a question for you. CC says, Billy, any chance there'll be autos inserted in the DC product?
Well, there'll be if we do movies and TV shows. Yeah, if we do, excuse me, if we do publishing, we've already worked on many deals with DC artists. So yes, answer to both DC types of products. Yes.
Nice. And so here's a question for me, just randomly off, kind of off what we were talking about. So for Eric's sake, he's been really on a hot dog kick lately. I don't know if you caught that earlier in the show. Have you considered that if you do a Punisher card, you could have like a bunch of hot dogs behind him? Because that may be the greatest card in Eric's life.
Or those 3 things hanging down could be hot dogs.
I can hear you.
I know. That's why I said it.
Mm-hmm. They had to bring you back.
Eric, I know you're too shy to say it yourself. That's why I am asking Billy, Gong Show veteran, unofficial co-host of the Gong Show. I am asking Billy on your behalf about the Punisher hot dog card that we all want.
That's kind of funny that you mentioned that because there's a in the Boston Centennial set, I believe there's a pork and beans parallel where there's just like hot dogs and baked beans in the background as the parallel.
Beans, Boston,
right?
It's natural. It's a natural.
So obvious. I think it's fair, man.
And that is Bobby Orr's only card in the set.
As it should be. Honestly, there's nothing I associated more with Bobby Orr than beans.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yep. Just for
hot dogs and mayonnaise parallel.
Oh, easy. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Eric would literally give his entire collection for it.
I had the bacon wrapped parallel. I mean,
we know.
Off of the bacon wrapped hot dog.
Those are good.
Listen, I'm just saying. I think this is something that needs to be workshopped a little bit. I'm just throwing it out there. I think this we're seeing potential right now. We're seeing serious potential.
Oh my gosh, Eric! What if we did a hot dog fractor, and then if you have like the guy that scores like the last goal in the Stanley Cup, if you have his hot dog fractor, you win like $15,000 worth of hot dogs.
That's an amazing idea whose time has come.
I do like
I don't know where I think of these things.
I don't know where I'm going to put $15,000 worth of hot dogs. I don't think I have a freezer that big.
They'll just give you a card. They'll just give you a card.
Oh, okay.
Say it's like hot dogs for life, but they'll just give you a card, and you can just get $15,000 worth of Costco dogs.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Eric, it's subtle, but I think Billy is trying to take a little side eye kind of shot at somebody because he's just mad that he didn't invent kabooms.
What?
Yeah,
brilliant. He's mad that he didn't invent kabooms. A wholly original idea.
Yeah.
No one could have foreseen that. Like, that's not even a thing. Like, imagine if you had that at the bottom of the wrapper inside of the foil, but he can't come up with inspiration. He can't read the bottom of the foil.
No. It also comes with a 40-pound barrel of pepper for you there, Eric.
I do like that. I always put pepper on my hot dogs.
We know.
Yeah. So Billy, while we're making, let's pause on the snide comments for a moment, just for a moment. Do you want to say anything? I know you
comments.
Oh, I listen. I can edit this in whatever way that I need to in order to give the narrative that I need. Don't even worry about it. We're good to go. I've got enough. AI Billy Cillier will have some horrible things to say about his competitors. It's going to be nuts. Question for you though. You were over at UFC Fight Week. How was that thing for you?
Oh my goodness.
How was that?
It was easily the best one I've been to. So last year was the first year I got VIP. Like before, you used to be able to get through all the lines, and I would get there super early and all this other stuff. And then one year, like they switched it up a little bit, and I didn't do well. And I'm like, and I saw all these people getting all this stuff. I'm like, nope, we're not doing that. I think he knew I would talk a while, and he decided to like go take a break and let me talk.
Yes.
But I didn't think I'm like, fine, I'm gonna get the VIP, and I got the VIP last year. I got like 80 something autographs and a bunch of photo ops, and it was great. Now there was a lot of complaining with the VIP people because a lot of stuff wasn't organized. They ran out of food and all this other stuff. Well, this year they bumped the price of VIP from $600 to $1,000, and I was just like, is this worth it? I'm like, I take 2 vacations a year. One is International Fight Week, and one is San Diego Comic-Con. And so even though the NHL draft was in Vegas at the exact same time as I was in Vegas, I didn't see anyone until my stuff was done. I even had a ticket to the draft. If I wanted, I said, this is my vacation. Don't care. So we got there. I did the Thursday, I did a bunch of like little meet and greets at liquor stores and bars because every single thing with UFC is sponsored by alcohol, I guess. So, or different alcohols. So like we met up with Alexa Grasso, and Kevin Holland was at some weed dispensary, surprise. And there were a couple others. So that was fun. So then Friday, get there early. We go in. Long story short, like I got through every line. They actually had organized signing because before it was like, oh, we're just gonna bring some of the fighters into the VIP area and they'll sign and take pictures. No, much more organized now. They actually had cards that they could sign, which the regular people didn't. So they had the.
We prefer to call them the commoners, Billy. Go on.
Yeah, sorry. So like there were 2 sessions each day. For the commoners and ourselves, in which there was a fast lane for ourselves. So there were 2 sessions with 3 stages with 4 fighters at each stage. So long story short, it's 24 fighters a day there. Plus there was 3 and 3. There were two different sessions during the day in the VIP that had 3 fighters. So that's an additional 6 fighters a day. So 30 fighters each day.
Nice.
Now, the one thing that sucked, and I'm sure Eric can understand. Yeah, you can see some of my, I'll get to how many I got. The one thing that sucked is I was like, shoot, I got to go get my drink tickets. And they gave me because you get 2 free drink tickets each day. So I went to grab my drink tickets. And they're like, it's only for hard alcohol. I'm like, are you serious?
I hate that shit.
You want to know why? You want to know why I was pissed? Because the beer and wine were free, and I didn't know it, and I could have been drinking all day. Oh,
damn!
So pissed.
Lame.
So that sucked because I was just like, oh man, I could have just come in back and forth and stuff. But when I went to one of the liquor stores for the Thursday meet and greets and stuff, I found that they had the Mountain Dew, the hard Mountain Dew, the Baja Blast, and I got like a mix of those, and I just threw that in my hotel fridge. So because I got mad because I went downstairs Thursday morning because I was still working Thursday morning. I brought my computer with me. I got a grape soda, a Monster. Or no, I'm sorry, a water, a Monster, and a bag of chips. Cost me $20.
Oh,
so yeah, I'm like, nope. I'm gonna buy some stuff at the liquor store, and I'll be good then. Much cheaper.
Where did you get it? Where did you get it that cost $20?
Yeah.
At the gift stop, the gift store at the hotel.
Yeah, I don't know if it's still the case. It's been years now since I was last in Vegas. It was the pharmacies that were good because you could get
that's where you got to go.
Way cheaper. Yeah.
Yes.
If you're gonna get chips, drinks, whatever, go to the pharmacy. They got a bunch of them on the strip. Yeah, way better.
So long story short, Eric was showing some of the photos. I got 145 autographs.
Yeah, they're amazing.
And I got 70 photo ops.
Hold on,
I just kept giving them cards. Like some of the people I would throw cards down and they'd look at you and I'm like, oh, I got a couple for you. Like I gave.
I'll see if I can pull it up on the screen here. I'll grab it.
Yeah. I mean, it's friggin' amazing what you got.
And I got every fighter that was there except I think like one because I didn't have anything for them.
Yeah, I mean, when you posted this on the 4 days ago, I guess it says, and I was looking at it and I was just like, that is a haul.
So I'll just show it here on the screen just so folks can see a little bit. It's got the larger frame image so you can see kind of it's a whole mix, a lot of different things. So you got a bunch there.
Usually before UFC fight, I'll go and I'll buy, like I bought a set of the Topps Chrome. Someone was asking like $60 for it, and I said, would you take 40 or 50 without the Alex Pereira? Because the Alex Pereira was a buyback that you got $20 back. So that's one of the reasons why the cost of the set was a little higher than I would have wanted to pay. And thanks for putting that one up there.
Hey, listen, gotta get it right.
So yeah, that was she just got the Hall of Fame.
I don't know. This isn't I know who that is. That's the only person I recognized in all your photos because I don't really follow the sport anymore. Shucks. I only followed it when it was
Liddell.
First. So you know the Iceman. You don't know Joanna. I'm not going to try to pronounce her last name.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know who she is.
She was an excellent fighter.
You know what's
very good.
You know what's funny is
I want to see Karen Gilliam.
See Eric?
Nina Marie, yes.
Whoa.
So my buddy, I printed like 8 pictures for Nina Marie. She's the girl that does the interviews with people. Yep. Like she's like, "Hi, I'm Nina Marie, and I'm with," and then she does like an interview with them, and she's hilarious. And my friend messages me, and Lily is just like, "Nina Marie is going to be at booth blah 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 at 11 o'clock. You better be there." And she signed 7 things for me, and they finally told her to stop signing because I'm like, I just have 1 left, but she was super cool.
Now I had a question, and I'm being serious. When I saw it originally, and I just reminded me again, you went there, and the first set of photos, you got your upper deck shirt on. So when you're wearing that, are you working?
No, I'm wearing that because
he's working it.
Polo shirts, because you don't wear polo shirts very often, are upper deck shirts. And I didn't want to wear like a t-shirt because if it's hot, and I can wear deodorant and stuff, but I didn't want like pit sweat and stuff. So I just threw on the upper deck shirt. That's why I got I found out, it's going to be kind of cool inside. It wasn't that hot. So I wore a thin like black jacket. I wore the jacket both days. I changed the rest of everything, but I wore the jacket both days. Mm-hmm. And it was comfortable.
I didn't know if there was a combination situation going on there. Like you worked for a bit and then.
Oh, no. I don't work at all at this.
It was all vacation. All right, good.
I went last year and took a picture in the Panini booth doing the thumbs down, and I made a Prism card of myself.
That sounds cool.
Know who I was.
Mm-hmm. I see. Interesting. What we're getting to take away here is that Billy doesn't own any polos that do not have an Upper Deck logo on them.
or hockey. Well, one of the days I wore the All-Star polo, but yeah, pretty much. I will say this about UFC fighters, and it's hilarious. UFC fighters, their job is to beat people up, but they, for the most part, and yes, this is a fan event, so they're probably forced to be nice. But even being forced to be nice, they are usually some of the nicest people when I'm meeting them. Like Jessica Andrade, or what, I'm going to mispronounce her name, Andrade or whatever. She couldn't have been nicer. She's sitting there telling me every single fight that the picture from the card is from. She's like, that's from the Rose fight. That's from this fight. And I was laughing. I go, you know what's funny? I go, Stephen Thompson does the exact same thing that you do. He can call out every single fight. And then I went to Stephen Thompson, and he started calling all the fights. I'm like, Jessica just did the exact same thing. And they thought it was hilarious. But they are actually really nice people. They just beat people up in the ring. And the other thing that's kind of funny, a lot of these fighters are a lot smaller than you think they are. They're a lot shorter. Like you think.
Well, the weight class, the thing about weight
stuff.
classes, the thing about weight classes when you're that cut is that muscle weighs so much more that if you say 185, that doesn't mean you're ridiculously tall, because if you're really tall and your bones are heavy, you're not going to be able to put on that much muscle mass because you're not going to your frame's already too long, it's stretched out.
Yeah, like Michael Chandler's looks like a big guy, but I'm pretty sure he's shorter than I am. It's weird, but it's, as I said, they're great. They're a little shorter than you think. And I had an absolute blast to answer your question.
There you go.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time. I know you only take your, 2 vacations or whatever, and I know when you go up to the expo and stuff, you have a lot of fun, but you also have to work. So I'm glad that you're able to, go off and do that. When is the next Comic-Con? Next year?
No, Comic-Con is actually in about 4 weeks.
Now, this San Diego?
Yes.
Okay. See, I always thought San Diego was earlier in the year. I didn't know. I thought it was
Comic-Con for some reason this year is like the exact same week as the National.
Eric, maybe that's the other secret, Bobby. They're all going to Comic-Con.
I'd rather go to Comic-Con. I bring my daughter and I have gone to every single Comic-Con in the last, say, 10 years, here in Boston. So, maybe even more than that. It's, it's about when she was 10, I guess. She's like 20 now. So, yeah, for like the last decade. And we just went to the Boston one a few weeks ago. I did the whole thing on crutches.
Do you think, though, if you go to the San Diego Comic-Con, you can have a venue and a platform to be able to scream at the top of your lungs to whoever will listen, "Why have you forsaken the Punisher?"
I didn't know the Punisher was forsaken until
banished.
I'm not happy about this at all.
Mm-hmm. Paul here says, "Does anyone in Canada care about Copa America?"
Yeah.
I was going to go Copacabana. Copacabana, probably. Copa America, I know that, so I will only speak for downtown where my office is. On the way over to my office, they will put down these televisions in kind of the dining area there where the food court is, and people can sit there and watch. So there are definitely people that are interested. A bunch of us are not, but for the people that are, even there, people can go to those food courts and sit down. Like TSN sponsors it, and they'll have the big multiple televisions on both sides, and people can sit around while they're having their lunch or whatever. You'll see people throughout the day just sitting there kind of watching the game, and they'll have them on a couple of TVs, and anybody could just walk in, sit down in the food court, grab a bite to eat, and watch the games if they want to. So some people are definitely interested.
Carlos, I'm curious because I think when I came on, the score was 1-0 Canada. What's the score now?
So I am the Latin guy who doesn't give a crap about soccer. So I don't know the answer to that question. But we do have some Canadians here who can probably answer that question. So Paul was saying, Canada just gave up the worst goal I've ever seen in a long time, and that was about 15 minutes ago. So I don't know if the score has changed. I'll leave it to our folks here in the chat to update us.
Well,
Paul, the Canadian men's team is an afterthought. The women's team is ours. Okay, here we go. Paul says 1-1.
Well, so I'll tell you this. The United States sucks. I don't care.
You can stop there. You can stop there. I agree.
I don't want to hear about the offsides. It shouldn't have come down to that. You are the freaking United States of America. You're beaten by teams that have a population of like 400 on their island. You're a complete embarrassment. You're disgusting, and you're going to do nothing yet again at the next World Cup.
So what Eric is trying to say is not proud of soccer players, but extremely proud of hot dog eaters, that an American ate the most hot dogs in the Nathan's hot dog eating competition, and he loves hot dogs.
And random cyclists, even though they're all drug-taking cheaters.
Tour de France has been on for a week now, baby. It's been awesome.
Yeah, and so are you going to feel the same way after you find out every single one of them's on drugs?
How many flat tires?
Even the referees are on drugs. The timekeeper is on drugs.
Eric, how many flat tires do they get from all the needles that they run over?
They don't use the needles during the race, Billy.
Oh, my bad.
Well, not with that attitude, Eric.
They wait until they get back in the trailers to do that.
That's why Eric is a big fan of the purity of the sport, and he picks the sport that is like the most obvious cheating like ever.
I wish I could get some of them cycling drugs. I'm dying slowly riding my bike over the last few years. I need some drugs.
Oh, we just assumed that in general. But I figure at this point, I just assumed you were taking the bad drugs because you didn't read the right instructions.
I must have taken them backwards or something. I don't know what the hell.
Yeah. Paul says you can see. Paul says you can see the Nathan's hot dog guy ate 58 in 10 minutes, and Joey Chestnut ate 57 in 5 minutes before Bliss in a charity event. Well, that's right. Joey Chestnut has been banished from Nathan's hot dogs.
Yeah.
From the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. My understanding is it's because he promoted a rival hot dog manufacturer. Is that
like
the
a
deal?
vegan? It was like a vegan one,
sponsored by a vegan company, and I think he kind of already had a side deal set up with Kobayashi and Netflix.
Well, I think the reality is like, look, it's called the Nathan's hot dog eating contest, so he knew what he was doing. He was testing those forces. He was like,
who's going to pay me the most money? Okay, I'll go with you.
Listen, if you're the hot dog eating guy and you've made a living out of this, then you're doing it right. I can't tell you're doing wrong.
I just want to know why that guy is in such good shape. I don't get it. Him and the young Asian guy who also eats professionally.
Kobayashi?
How do they stay in shape? I have 3 hot dogs on a 4th of July cookout, and I feel guilty because I ate too many, and I feel sick, and I know I've gained 10 pounds.
Have you considered that it wasn't the 3 hot dogs, but rather the 47 chocolate sticks you ate as a chaser?
I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
You think that might have something to do with my current fitness levels?
I dare say it may be a factor.
Yeah.
It's a theory that I'm willing to pose out there for science.
All right. I will discuss it with my people, and we'll run it through and see what happens. But I'm not saying I agree entirely.
Hashtag science. Snook says Barry Bonds is a big biker now. Exactly. Barry's into legitimate sports. That's true. If anyone knows about the legitimacy of sport, it is Barry Bonds. So if Barry Bonds is in your sport, I think that bodes well for the legitimacy and cleanliness of said sport.
Oh, yeah. He should be the face.
So tell me more about the streaming service you have so you can watch drug cycling. Go on.
I have to pay extra for Max because if I want to watch mountain biking, which really hasn't had a drug issue like road cycling has.
So they just haven't been caught, is what you're saying.
Right. So I have to pay for Max all summer so I can watch mountain biking. And I have to pay for Peacock all summer so I can watch road cycling.
So, Billy, this man has the audacity to question my subscription to PokerGo. The sport of kings.
You know something funny, Eric? This is just how I feel about bikers sometimes. So literally, so we're like in an office complex sort of thing. Like we have a big building, and there's another one next to us that's like a bunch of smaller things in one big building. And one of the smaller things is actually a brewery. And they have a little area that you can sit and watch and whatever. So we can literally walk out the door and go right to a brewery. And we used to do that. And it's kind of like a biker bar now. It's called Ruler, and they have all this bike stuff, and all these bikers are there. And sometimes when you leave work, there's like a gang of bikers. Not bikers, motorcycles, but cyclists.
Cyclists.
Yes. Yeah. And so we're watching. This is like about 2 or 3 years ago. We're watching it was Shane Wright's draft, and we're watching the NHL draft there. And it was like about the 7th or 8th pick. And we're like, hey, we're just going to be here for a couple more picks because this guy's team, and because they wanted to change the TVs to cycling. And then we kind of like waited a couple more extra picks, and they got all mad at us and started like, this is a biking bar, blah, 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 blah. Yep. We're like, peace. Haven't been there since. It's literally next door to our office. And we won't go in there because these cyclists have such a bad attitude. Did not want to see the draft.
Are they road cyclists or are they mountain bikers? Because road cyclists are douchebags.
They are road cyclists.
They are.
He's differentiating between types of cyclists.
There is no bigger douchebag on the planet than a road cyclist.
Yeah, we don't go there, and we won't go there anymore. A group of us.
They suck. I hate them.
Interesting. Unrelated, but semi-related to the conversation we just had. I've been given some critical intel. So I think this kind of explains what was going on with Eric and the hot dog situation he was talking about. It looks like we've got an approximation of what that looked like in artist rendering. Okay. Unfortunately, Eric got a little overzealous there. I think those are pretty big hot dogs, Eric. But I do appreciate all the American Eagles. Very patriotic of you. That was very strong.
Why do you think I've gained a little extra weight this year?
Yeah. And the Eagles, looks like the Eagles bring you hot dogs too. Like there's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
Well, it's the size. It's the hot dogs that I'm eating that are this big. And out of 6 months of this year, I have spent 4.5 months in bed. I calculated that the other day. I have spent 4.5 months in bed this year.
Well, maybe next time stop trying to grab, hot dogs that are the size of your body, and maybe that'll help you with the back issues.
Out of how many months, Eric?
Out of 6.
So your wife has only spent a month and a half in bed?
Yeah, she deserves it.
I can do math.
Me.
Yeah. The good news is, Eric, during that time that you were down and convalescing, no AEW products were released, so you're good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just thought I would mention that. You're okay. Don't worry. You didn't miss any. Some of the cyclists run in packs of Karens, running groups, not a single file. There you go.
Yeah, no.
I like that, Bobby. I feel like we've unlocked a new, secret war between the cyclists. I didn't realize this was a thing.
Oh no, it's a thing. No, mountain bikers are great, super nice. They're very friendly, help you out anything you need. Road cyclists, a bunch of snobby douchebags. Just listen. You've all been out driving your cars and had these guys like taking up the road, flipping you off. They're the worst. They're not friendly. They're just their heads are so far up their asses. It's ridiculous.
Damn bicyclists.
No, it's just roadies. Roadies suck.
I didn't realize this was tribalism that I wasn't aware of.
Oh yeah, no roadies and mountain bikers do not run in the same circles.
Interesting.
I guess there's a set of cards waiting to come out for that, isn't there, Billy?
I need the biking PMG.
I've shown you my cycling cards. There are cycling cards. I wish there was more.
Yeah.
I feel like they've met their market, Eric.
No,
I think they found it. They found it. They've hit it.
So, Eric, would you want us to put a cyclist in Goodwin Champions?
Yeah, that'd be great. So I'd actually chase it.
So would that qualify as a champion though? Like just like signature legends?
Well, it depends. If you put something,
I like how Billy is testing fate, Bobby. Billy is testing fate constantly. He goes, "Do not invoke the signature legends in vain, Billy. Don't do it."
If it's called Champions and the cyclist has never won a championship, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Whenever we watch cycling, we all lose, Eric. No one's a champion.
That's fine.
We're all losing. We all lost.
I would love a Matthew Van der Poel card. That'd be awesome. He's the reigning world champion.
I want to imagine that's AI generated that name. I don't think that's a real
person. Tom Pidcock. He's the mountain bike.
That's definitely AI generated. There's no doubt.
He's English.
I'm sure he is.
Of course he is.
I'm sure he is.
He's the current mountain bike world champion.
He's probably upset that you think you've got independence from England. That's how he said he is. July the 4th is a very bitter month for him.
So it seemed. Or you get Lance Armstrong, a couple needles sticking out of his back.
Lance Armstrong's like close to 60, and he's not racing anywhere, anyway. He's banned for life because he's a dirty, rotten, lying, cheating bastard.
So he's banished like the Punisher. So you're saying the Punisher?
Yep, I think that's what he's saying.
Eric has these interesting ways of bringing up these things, and it all comes full circle. So wait, you're saying so the Punisher was a cheating, rotten son of a gun? Is that what's going on? Is that why he's banished, Eric?
I guess so. I didn't know he was that, but from what I'm hearing,
I bet the Punisher couldn't reload that fast legitimately. He needed the drugs.
Maybe that's what it was.
Maybe.
Yep. He was on the PEDs.
And this whole time you've been idolizing this man. I feel you're contradicting your anti-drug stance. You're all about, the drugged up Punisher. Cycling is basically rife with drug use. Are you sure you're not pro-drugs? Are you not sure you're not for the drugs?
Use sometimes with what comes out of my mouth. So I'm not even sure anymore.
I feel your position is very inconsistent. All I got out of it is that you're pro-drugs. Yeah. Punisher's a cheater. He has a lot in common with Lance Armstrong. We all agree SB Signature Legends is questionable, except for Hal F. and Gil, because everybody loves Hal F. and Gil. That's right.
Yeah, sure.
See, Billy, that's the reason SB Signature Legends exists. Hal F. and Gil. It's the only reason it matters. We promote the hell out of that card. That is the card. That's the Grail card of that product.
Bobby Orr. We don't need Bobby Orr in a Legends.
No, he's garbage. No. Trash.
Nope.
Trash.
No.
Hal F. and Gil. Hal F. and Gil.
Hal Gill we have. Bobby Orr. No.
Listen, if you're going to put Bobby Orr in there, the only way I'll accept it, Billy, is if you at least put him when he went for this first team in the NHL, the team that finally put him on the map, the Chicago Blackhawks.
Right. I'll kill you.
Everybody knows. Like, he didn't make his NHL debut until the late mid 70s or late 70s, I should say, when he put on a Blackhawks uniform and finally got to the NHL.
So I'm guessing. I don't know if he'll be in the Boston Centennial set, but I think there's a Blackhawks Centennial set. I think their Centennial's coming up too. I mean, I think he'd be fine with that.
Frankly, listen, Bobby can attest to this as, a historian, an author, a keeper of the scholarship. Bobby Orr, Chicago Blackhawks. Right there. Yeah. It's a well-established connection. Everybody knows it.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You would think that Eric would stop trying to co-opt other teams' greats and stick with his own, like all-time great Boston Bruin Joe Thornton.
What
the best. GOAT.
You know what's funny is we were playing the game today at the office because Palve, we were talking about him, or I was, and it's funny. It's just like, so do you do you could do a subset of players that never played for the Coyotes that were Coyotes.
Oh, really?
He'd be one, but we were talking about imagine doing, another one that got brought up. There's an actual card of Jose Canseco as a Montreal Expo.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, he did try out with them. He tried out with them.
Yeah, I would say it was like a preseason something, and they made a card of him on the Expos.
Yeah. At least that one, though, is legitimate because he did, that was right at the end of his career. He was trying to have one more go at it. He was trying to see if he could get on a roster, and by that point, he was kind of done, and nobody really wanted to give him a shot.
So what Eric is telling me is he wants that Bobby Orr Blackhawks, Wayne Gretzky Blues combo because they were in the same division at the time, or that was the Blues and the Blackhawks were in the same division.
I hate you all.
I feel like that's the teams that both guys are associated with. When I think of those guys, that's the teams I think about. Can't imagine another team.
I'm
trying to envision it.
Oh, what if you pulled that card, Eric? Just what if you pulled that card?
I know that you did it just to bother me, and it would burn my ass.
No doubt.
Yes. We got a lot of mileage out of this today, Bobby.
Sure
did. A lot of mileage.
I saw someone put up Rick, Paul. I saw Paul put up Rick Nash, Boston Bruins great Rick Nash. Rick Nash made the Centennial set. Milt Schmidt did not.
Sounds legit to me. It sounds like somebody did their homework and research. Sounds about right. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you got to keep in mind you got to have rights to people too.
Greatest Bruin of all time. Nothing.
Listen, Milt Schmidt knows where his bread is buttered. Don't associate me with that crap.
Did Tyler Bertuzzi make the set?
He probably did. I don't know. They probably did.
They got all the greats.
You know what sucks is I hate the Blackhawks, but they just drafted my boy from Michigan State, number 2, and they just got Tyler Bertuzzi.
Yeah.
So I almost have to root for them.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for you.
At least nobody's going to want a defenseman rookie card. It should be cheaper to collect.
About that, but
these days for some of the newer guys, I think it applies more. Second, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. I'm not going to be stupid and buy the cards immediately. He's not a scorer. He's not a scoring defense. He's not like a big time. He's more of like an Ekblad or who's the guy from Buffalo, number 1. Drawing a blank. That's your Eric. I can't help him there.
From who got number 1?
Yeah.
No, he said the guy who is number 1 in Buffalo.
No, he was drafted number 1 in Buffalo. He plays defense.
Oh, I don't remember. I don't know.
Oh my gosh, he didn't sign an autograph deal with us, so he didn't have any autograph rookie cards. But anyway, he's more of that type of defender. So
Ben says Owen Power. Does that sound right?
No. This is a few years before.
I know he was with Buffalo, but I don't know who the defenseman is.
Yes. So, what I'm saying is, you wait a year, and those prices will go down. And then
across the board, that's generally good advice. Even with the Bedard thing,
but for defenders, it's even higher. I mean, yes, there's the Makars and the Hughes and the site. Well, even Sider's probably gone down a little bit, but like Makar and Hughes are anomalies.
Billy, just go downstairs in the basement. Take what you want off the assembly line and off the printer and go back to your desk. What the hell's the problem?
We don't print in Carlsbad.
Yeah, sure. That's what you say.
We don't print our own cards. Come on.
Yeah. We send them. They're over in Italy or some bullshit. Yeah, I know. They were down on the basement.
Look, Eric, if they were over in Italy, we could have sent over some nice wine and the Italians would have hand delivered my AEW by now. Like I'd have the next 3. I'd have 2025 AEW flagship by now. The Italians would have already printed it for me.
All right. I told myself I'd give myself a hard stop at 8:00 because I still got some stuff to do, but I didn't want to ignore the invitation. So I appreciate the invite, Carlos. Bobby, good to see you. Eric, I'm sure I'll talk to you soon.
So Billy, I'll be in touch with you later. We'll chat up, meet up, but thanks for coming on. Appreciate you telling some stories.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, buddy, thank you.
Take it easy.
And no, I'm not leaving to go do the Gong Show show right now.
Billy, you should be recording the Gong Show. Listen, if you're going on the Gong Show, you should be telling them it's like, listen, I'm trying to track down Bobby Burrell. I've got some leads. I'm going to see if I can reach out to some people I know. I hear 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon's a thing. Maybe if we get a hold of Kevin Bacon, we can start the process again to Bobby Bro.
Ta-da.
Got it. All right, guys. We'll see you later.
Later, Billy.
Good night.
See you, Billy.
Jeff here says, I was hoping Bertuzzi would come back to the Wings. Fair.
I thought he was going to. I really did. I mean, I know he really liked it there. He was sad. There was a part of him that was sad that he had to come to Boston. Joke inserted. And then, he the next thing you know, he's in Toronto. Now I honestly would have thought he was going to head back to Detroit. But I was surprised he ended up with Chicago. But it's really who's going to pay me the most, right?
True. So, well, yeah, like when it comes to if it comes to that kind of business, so kind of to answer Justin's question here, no, we still haven't heard anything about the one-of-one Bedard. Billy's been keeping that one close to the vest. We've been told, I'm waiting for my specialty mark box. Totally legit. Open this one. That's the one. And
November at the expo in November, it will get pulled. You wait and see.
Yeah, under the lights, it will make a whole thing out of it. It'll be very exciting.
Mm-hmm.
But what I was going to say was that I think it's going to be, when it comes to that kind of business, I don't blame any of these guys because you're always trying to combine things. Like, yeah, this situation works for me, but at the same time, it's like, well, if you're an athlete, you've got X amount of years, you want to max out your money. That's what a lot of these guys are trying to figure out. That was the thing that I was listening to some of the off-season conversations and podcasts, and one of the ones that was chatting about was Sidney Crosby. And obviously Crosby's had himself a great career in Pittsburgh, done a lot of things, but Pittsburgh right now is about to head into a rebuild. Like, there's nothing they can do to fix it in the short term. They're not a very good team right now as constructed, and they can't fix it overnight. It's not like one player, one switch is going to fix it. So Crosby is going to be coming up on the end of his deal. So the question is, all right, if you can't turn it around quickly and you're looking at 2 or 3 years of mediocrity minimum, and he's still a young enough guy that he's still got some effective hockey in him right now. He was still very good this past season. Yep. So the question is, do you want to waste effective hockey on a team that is simply not good enough? Yep. Or do you want to join? And he's also taken the big discount. Like, in relative terms, compared to some of the big players, he was under $9 million he's been on a 12-year deal. He was under $9 million. And now there's guys in the league making $13 million. And you took this gigantic discount for years and years and years and years. So you've got enough money, but at the same time, what if you go somewhere that you could be a contender and maybe have a shot at one more Stanley Cup? You've got 3. So he's not a guy who's chasing 1 ring, but at the same time, 4 is better than 3. Mm-hmm. And Pittsburgh is not close to getting to another opportunity right now, not for a while.
But he's also at the stage of his life that he's older. He's established in this town. He's probably, I would assume, he's got wife and kids. They have roots there now. It's, as you get older, change is harder.
Yeah, but the point is, Eric, though, so let's put it this way.
Already got the money. He's established. He's beloved all through town. He doesn't have to pay for coffee and donuts wherever he goes. His kids have friends. They're happy where they are. Probably, I assume.
Yeah, but Eric, the point that I'm getting at, all those things are true. Because if you're a competitor, you don't want to be shit. Because what you're sitting there like, this team is going to blow probably for the next couple of years, where I'm still good enough to potentially help a team.
But
I can stay.
Made his money, won his awards.
Okay, then retire.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, so you've got basically 2 options. If that's your argument, you got 2 options. Then retire. Because otherwise, it's a waste of time. What else are you going to do?
Not if he's having fun.
But what if you're not having fun losing? That's the point.
That's between him and his family to make that decision. But
that's the conversation.
It's so cut and dry that every older player that's a superstar and is established and has been someplace for 20 years is just going to snap their fingers and jump to go chase another trophy.
Eric, the entire conversation is stemming around the idea. That re-signing with Pittsburgh is the easy play. They'll give him the money. If he just wants money, they'll give it to him. But the question is, and that's kind of what the reporters are looking at. They're like, okay, this is going to be interesting because Pittsburgh at this point doesn't look like they even have a plan. So if you're Crosby, you're like, okay, so my options are, if they don't have a plan, there is no obvious rebuild or fix right now. This team might be lucky to scrape into the playoffs, best case scenario, and then we're out, and then we spent the whole year for what?
Right.
The money isn't the issue. It isn't the issue. The sticking around is here. The team itself isn't going to get any better. You could get a tremendous haul for Crosby, and you could aid so you could aid the team in the long run by because the cupboards are bare. They don't have assets. They don't have prospects. They don't have anything. So they're looking at an aging core that is about to age out. Malkin's still there, but he's aging out. Crosby's still there, but he's not getting younger. But if that team's going to be mediocre, if your best case is mediocre, do you want it but just be mediocre and just ride out the string for a couple more years for the hell of it? Or is it a situation where if the team goes, hey, we're going to trade Malkin, we're going to trade, so-and-so, we are going for the full-fledged rebuild. Is there somewhere you want to go for a year or two, and then we'll sign you at the end so you can finish your career and we're done?
I totally get everything you're saying. I agree 100%. Absolutely. An established star who's already won everything may not be interested in jumping and starting someplace new and bringing his young family with him. He may just be very happy playing for a couple more years and being with the guys and playing hockey and having fun, and that's that. I don't know either way, and I don't have an opinion either way. I'm just saying older players that are established, who's won everything and have young families, it isn't so easy just to say, hey, I want out of here, trade me. It just isn't that easy. There's other things that have to be factored in. When you're 24 and your team sucks and you're a superstar, it's get me the hell out of here. I want to go win a cup. That's all I'm saying, is that for someone who's 35, and I don't know exactly how old he is, someone who's 35 versus someone who's 25 are weighing different things when they say, where do I go next in my career? That's all I'm saying.
I agree with that. So here, Justin saying nothing wrong with 3 cups. Loyalty goes a long way. So I'll touch on that here in a second. The team's better off without an aging superstar. So here's where the problem comes in. I don't disagree with what Eric's saying, but what I'm saying is a lot of it is going to depend on what Crosby is valuing here. Because I just said a moment ago, they'll give him the money if that's all he wants. But if I'm the Pittsburgh Penguins, they're like, dude, let us trade you. I'm telling him, dude, let us trade you. By the way, it's not out of meanness. It's like, you're helping us. You're doing us a solid by allowing us to, because we can't fix it right now. You have to have a candid conversation. That's if you're the Pittsburgh Penguins, you're going to be like, hey, man, look, we can't fix it in time for this to be helpful for you. If you want to stay, here's the contract, no problem. Whatever you want. But, and this was a thing, and I'll use an example. Bobby can appreciate this. At the tail end of Matt Sundin's tenure, Matt Sundin was a beloved Maple Leaf. He was the captain.
Oh, yeah.
But there was a whole bunch of people who were like, can we please trade you? Can you let us let you go? And these are Maple Leaf fans who love Matt Sundin, but they're like, dude, we need assets. We can't fix this right now. And you have value. Can you please let us trade you so that we can get something in return to give us a chance to be able to rebuild? Because right now this isn't going to work. You staying here doesn't help us. It doesn't do anything for us. You're wasting your time. We're wasting our time. Nobody's winning. This is not a good time for anybody. So it's not necessarily I want out of here. It's more like, hey, look, you got X amount of more years left of effective play. If that team is a bottom feeding team, does that sound like fun to you? Yeah, you're playing, but for what? You're not playing for a damn thing. And you're a guy who has been a winner. And you've had lots of success. But why not have more success if there's something left in the tank? And in turn, you're doing the franchise a solid. Because the franchise can come back later and be like, you do this for us. When it comes to the last contract, we'll sign it. We will build you a fucking statue outside the building. Whatever you want.
And he might be like, yeah, that's great. He goes home, tells his wife and kids, and they're like, no, that's not what we want. And he's got to weigh that. You can't just go home and snap your fingers and say, pack up, we're moving to Detroit.
No. Yeah.
He moved to Detroit. No. Don't tempt Billy. Get him all excited.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the destination they were kicking around was Colorado. That was one they were looking at because he's buddies with a couple of guys there, and he's going to be doing that international competition where he's going to get to play with some good players.
Oh my God! I mean, Colorado's been favored to win the Stanley Cup the last 2 years. It hasn't, but they've been favored, and you put him on there, depending on who they lose in the trade, you might as well just start heading the Stanley Cup van to Colorado.
Yeah, that's why I say like something like that could be potentially very tempting and again mutually beneficial because both teams could get something out of that deal. So it's one of those things where that's why I said the family has a say, the player has a say, the team can also make it a pitch because I've seen cases where the team goes, "Hey, look, this is a mutually beneficial business deal. You are going to get something out of this, and we will make sure you're happy with the end result of this." But you help us because this is going to get us somewhere so that there's still something left of this team down the road. Because when you're retired, like, and the cupboard's still bare, what are we going to do? What is that going to? Nobody wins.
But try telling your child in 5th grade that we're leaving. You're going to leave all your friends, and we're going to move to the other side of the country. That's not easy. It's not an easy thing to put your kid through.
Certainly is.
He's at the age where he could just retire.
Well, that was my point, Eric. If the idea is well, you don't want to go anywhere, so then you might as well retire because that team's not going anywhere. Mm-hmm. So you're writing out the string. You're doing it just for the hell of it, just to get to 600 goals and
the organization has to look at it like he's our main draw, right? Draw, and
Scoob.
People are coming in. They are buying Crosby. They're still buying Crosby jerseys. They're filling the seats or we're 3/4 full or whatever it is, and it's all because of this guy. You may not want to. You trade him, all that goes away because you're still not winning right away, right? So now you've lost 3 more years of making Crosby money to rebuild.
I don't know, Bobby. I don't know about you, but if that team sucks for 3 years, Crosby or not, they're gonna be like, "Fuck this."
Yeah,
that team's already right now. This past season, they didn't make the playoffs. They're already kind of mediocre.
Yeah, they lost like on the last day or something to get in. Yeah,
and look, and Washington barely scraped by to get in, but at least they got in. Right, and they had to fight at the end of the year. Now, in fairness, Washington was actually able to at least make a couple of moves, so they'll be marginally better. And at least they were a playoff team this past year. So it's like, Washington is in a position where like, okay, we've got our aging veteran, but we can still make a couple of maneuvers to at least make this team workable. Doesn't guarantee anything, but at least they'll be competent. Pittsburgh's not looking like they're in any position to be even competent. So you're in 2 different sides of the bracket right now. So that's the tough part for those guys. It's that you're in that position, but that's the reason I used the Matt Sundin example. That's the situation where the player said he wanted to stay, but in the end he hurt the franchise.
Yeah,
and he ended up having to leave anyway. So it's like so you lost an extra year or 2 that you could have been on a good team, and they still had to get rid of you because it's like, dude, you're not helping us. Go.
You can get rid of them if you make a deal with them. Like, all right, we're going to trade you to Philadelphia. You're going to stay in the state, and we give you a helicopter.
Sure, exactly. Whatever, exactly.
No, wait a minute. I can still come home every night. I don't have to sit in traffic between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. It's like, all right.
All it takes is a helicopter. You good, Bobby? You want to take off? Or are you okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna take off. It's hot in here too. Fucking.
No. I kind of saw you struggling a bit over there, so I wanted to give you an out. So if you want to take off, we'll hang off for a little bit, but then we'll call it an evening after. But go, feel free. Thanks for
having us. Have a good night,
pal.
Catch you later. Ciao. Sounds good. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting. I just thought the scenario they presented was an interesting one. The Colorado thing is interesting because that would make that team very good. So it's one of those things where I like off-season shakeups because sometimes there's some of the teams that kind of get stagnant. And Pittsburgh has been really good a long time. But they've had their run and they've kind of aged out. So now they've got some the point is, and the subtext of the entire conversation was that franchise has some tough decisions to make. And that's where I think that the The only way that you can facilitate that is to have a sit down with the player and have a real frank discussion of like, hey, this is where we're at. This is the situation here. What do you want to do? Here's the situation. So are you good with this? Because this is what it's going to be. Here it is. It's like, that's it. It's just money. Yeah, here's your money, but we can't fix the rest of it. So we're going to have to roll with what we got.
Yeah.
And then it's on everybody to really sit down and think about it. Because it's like, use the point about the kids, and it's a fair point, but guess what? Like, there are people that go to a new job because it's a much better opportunity and they leave anyway. It happens in the real world all the time. And these guys have enough money to do a lot of things.
But a lot of times you don't really have a choice, and you have to make those hard calls to better your life situation. You're not going. Sidney Crosby's life situation does not need to be bettered. I think it's pretty good. So it's really, do I want to continue to play? Do I still have the burning fire to get to win a Stanley Cup?
That's the question I'm asking. That's the question. That one though is the question I'm asking.
Am I willing to disrupt my family to achieve that goal, or having my family, not uprooted and torn apart? Is that more important? And I'm saying, and I'm not saying he thinks this way, or his wife might be like, I hate this freaking place. I cannot wait till you retire. I mean, I don't think anyone's like clamoring to go live in Pittsburgh, right?
Oh man, he's slandering Pittsburgh. I like it.
So, I mean, I'd rather live in Atlanta.
Wow. So often this is Bobby is shaking his head.
We don't know what the situation is. My only point, and I reiterate this, my only point is, with an older player who's achieved everything, made the money, won the cups, won the MVPs, won every award imaginable, it's not as easy to make that decision that I'm just going to go take off and play somewhere else. It's much more difficult for an older player to do that. There's other things that have to be factored in, where a younger player, it's like, I don't care. I'm going to get a bigger contract and I have a better shot at winning a cup. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of romanticism around the idea of just playing with one team. And Gretzky played for 4. Yeah. Messier went to New York, won, but then also left New York.
Right.
So
Gretzky
it's like
played for 3. Gretzky played for 4. Gordie Howe played for 3. Yep. Bobby Orr played for 2. Esposito played for 2. I mean, Bobby Hull played for 3. Tried to play for a 4th.
Yeah, so it can be done. So it's one of those things. Even great players, if the right opportunity comes by and there's interest, if you are a competitive guy, I just don't think that mediocrity would be acceptable to you. And if there's no obvious remedy, I think that's something that you have to consider as well. So Stuke's here saying, "Are the Caps getting any better with Ovechkin?" You can put some players around him that'll help. Ovechkin is not going to get better, but you can look around him and you can say to yourself, here's the point. They were able to find enough to get into the playoffs. They were playing well at the end of the season, but they completely ran out of gas. In the playoffs, there was nothing. Like, nothing was happening with that team. But they scraped in, like, by the skin of their teeth. The point is, they were still good enough to be able to scrape in. Can you get some players to help? It's possible. Does it guarantee anything? No, it doesn't. They were a fringe team. They were a fringe playoff team in the first place. Pittsburgh was a fringe team just on the outside looking in. But their situation looks like it's going to get worse and not better. So that's what you're looking at. You're looking at a team that's on the downward trend. Washington's on the downward trend too, but if you get the right infusion of talent, you can maybe stave it off a little. Basically, Washington, you're trying to put it on life support just to hang on a little longer to your window. You may not be competing for a deep run, but can you get back in and maybe give yourself a shot with the right situation? Maybe. Look, get in the tournament, man. We know this already. Get in the tournament, and you never know. Weird stuff happens. Wacky things happen.
Yeah, like you're the best team in NHL history, and you lose in the first round.
In a Hindenburg-like ending. But if you do not get in the tournament, I guarantee you will not do that. I can guarantee if you're on the outside looking in, you can't get in there. You've got a 0% chance.
Right.
So that's the only thing. If you can find your way in there, maybe. You cross your fingers and hope for the best. Did the Caps make a lot of money with Ovi? Yes. Bobby signed off too early, and Eric and Bobby yelling at each other. Which cloud is worse would have been gold? Pittsburgh versus Atlanta. Truth. Yeah. But that's what I said. I just think it makes interesting fodder. Again, in the offseason, it makes for interesting discussion because, hey, I would love to see if that's even a discussion that they would have, because there's a lot of teams that have some choices they need to make. A lot of them have things they need to figure out. We already saw a lot of activity. The local press is all excited because the Leafs were making a bunch of moves. I was looking at every 5 seconds. I was seeing like former Dallas Star, because they got like Tanev and like somebody else. I forget. So like teams are making moves, man. So it's like, we'll see.
The Bruins made some moves. We're already better than we were last year.
Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of these teams want to do. If you can make it a little bit better, then great. Sounds good. Why not? We'll see. I don't know. I'll be very curious to see. I like kind of the hot stove league, so to speak. I don't know. Does the hockey have a version of that? Is there anything they call the off season? Just the off season?
Yeah, as far as I know. Yeah.
You need a name, man. Like we need something in there. Baseball's got the hot stove league. That's fun.
Yeah.
But you got to come up with a name. We need something in there. We'll have to come up with it. We'll see.
And you know, and the NFL has the who's been arrested this offseason.
Hey, listen, you haven't lived unless you've got a series or unless you've got an arrest report or a Aaron Rodgers skipped out on a mandatory minicamp.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm going to go to where he went someplace crazy too.
Egypt. He went to Egypt.
Egypt. Like, yeah, that's where most people go.
He needed to see the pyramids for himself.
See if they're
He
real.
goes, it was the aliens, wasn't it?
Oh my God. Yeah.
Eric, Eric, I'm about to get a refill. But did I mention earlier? I love Aaron Rodgers so much more when I don't have to deal with this bullshit.
Yeah.
It's so much more fun to just watch it. It's so much more fun to be like, that nut bar is your problem.
He's
your
insane.
problem.
He is out of his mind. And I don't know if it's concussion related. I don't know what he was like his rookie year, when he had less concussions,
or drugs. Because he has drugs.
Oh, he definitely does drugs. We all know he
got the darkness.
Yeah,
he's got the darkness. Voices talk to him in the darkness. Come on.
Yeah. Ayahuasca stuff.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. That bastard gets weirder every year and it's fantastic.
Yeah. I'm not going to mandatory camp. I'm going to go to Egypt. Okay.
By the way, it's not even that he missed the mandatory minicamp, because in the end, it's the Jets. Do I care if he misses mandatory minicamp for the Jets? No. But it's that he did it to go to Egypt. He had a pre-planned vacation to Egypt to like go stare at pyramids or do some weird shit. Dude, come on.
Yeah, it's just nuts. You missed all last year, except for like 5 minutes. And, you're supposed to be the leader of the team, and you just don't even show up for something that's mandatory. Just crazy.
Yep. Sue says, Rogers from California. Don't try to pin it on California, man. Do I have to point out to you that we got Florida Man over here? There's a reason that Florida Man is called Florida Man. It's not limited to one state, sir.
Yeah.
There's enough crazy to go around.
Oh, yeah. Wow. There's plenty of crazy in California, especially when you start adding the drugs.
Yeah. But that's what I said. Like, everybody always goes, oh, California. Have you been to Florida? Have you been to Texas? We can keep going.
I've been.
Trust me, we can find it. We can find the crazy. If you look for the crazy, it'll find you.
Yep, I've been to all three. There's crazy everywhere.
That's right. We got it in spades. That right there is a permanent renewable resource. There's plenty of it. But yes, you mentioned earlier you had gotten. Did you get some mail this week?
Yeah,
lemon related or not? Do you want to showcase a little bit while I get a quick refill?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I love Gordie Howe, and I collect anything I can with him. I have a million of his autographs, but if I see one that's cheap and I know it's real, I grab it. And this was on eBay. So it's a giant Upper Deck card. Okay. It's got the fake autograph here, right? But he got the real one going across his chest. And he's got Mr. Hockey plus the number. So I got that really cheap. And I can't get enough. I think I have a small addiction to Gordie Howe autographs, just where I'm sitting, and what I can see from where I am sitting. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. just from where I'm sitting, I can see 14 of them. So I just love collecting autographed Gordie Howe stuff. There's plenty of it out there. It's not hard to find, but if you can get it cheap, I try to. So I picked that up again. And he's got such a nice autograph, and he signs it Gordon. So if you ever try to get a Gordie Howe autograph and it says Gordie, whether it's IE or someone really tried to fake it and threw a Y in, stay away from it. He signed everything Gordon because that's what his parents named him. Okay, that is the name his parents gave him. That was how he explained it, and everything is signed Gordon. And I love going on eBay and seeing, Gordie Howe autograph, and it says Gordie Howe, and it's just like, that's sorry, not real. Plus, it doesn't even look like his handwriting. Next thing, I'm trying to get the entire team set of 1970 Bruins autographed, and I got a Johnny Pie McKenzie in this week. I'm really coming close to finishing this off. So that one came in. I also want to get as many Bruins goalie autographs on card as I can. I thought that'd be a fun thing to do. I have a ton. So I picked up this for like $3. Former Rookie of the Year, called the trophy winner, Andrew Raycroft. Auto. SP Sign of the Times. It was like $3. And then I had this, which I'm really excited about. Denny Savard was just such an unbelievable player, especially like in the 80s playing for Chicago. And I got this patch auto out of 100 of him. And that matches the Curtis Joseph one I've had sitting on my desk for a while. It's also out of 100, and that's a patch. You can see the blue, but you can see a little corner of the white. It is a patch. So I'd rather have Cujo in a St. Louis, but I couldn't pass up on this. This was, like $30 or something. So I picked that up. So those are the items that came in for me. So these four, I think, came in this week. And then I threw the Cujo in there because it matches the Denny Savard. Also, Bobby helped me get this.
Yep, the New York Rangers, last like the ashtray, right?
Yep. So I'm trying to get the entire set of these, and I need like 6 more for the entire set. Here's Buffalo. There's St. Louis. I have the entire Bruins set plus the Gordie Howe. So I need California, Montreal, Chicago, Detroit, the Blue Rangers one. Did I say Montreal? I don't know. In Toronto, the original. I need the complete run of original 6 plus California. So, yeah, I need 6 more. I figured out.
There you go.
And Bobby said he's only seen or even known of one California Golden Seals, and I guess the guy who owns it lives in Connecticut. So he's only seen one in his entire collecting life, and he knows who has it and where it is. But obviously that guy is, from what I hear, from what Bobby says, is a big time collector. So I don't think we're going to see it anytime soon.
Sounds fair. Stu says I just confirmed a buy price on a 61 through the mail collection with George Sisler. Nice.
I don't know who George Sisler is.
He's the patriarch of the Sislers.
Oh, well, okay. I didn't know that.
Did you? Yeah. He's a player of the baseballs. And I think once upon a time he did some cycling at one point. So
well, that's always good. Where did he play the baseballs?
He played. I actually know the name, but I want to make sure I quote correctly. I don't want to quote incorrectly. George Sisser. George Sisser played from 1915 to 1930, if it's the same one that I'm thinking of. And he is a Hall of Famer, MVP, and 2 times batting champ.
Cool.
340 career batting average. Very good.
Oh,
yeah.
There you go.
340 career batting average is excellent.
And to get an autograph from somebody that played in the,
teens to the 30s.
Teens to the 30s, that's awesome. So congratulations. That's awesome.
Yeah. So if that right there, so it says 61 through the mail. So Sisler here, if I read this right, Sisler died in 73. So yeah, 61, he would have still been alive. So that falls right in the window where he would have still potentially been signing. So that's a pretty interesting piece. Hopefully, if you get a chance, I'd like to see that in a video. I'd like to see, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Policy says Cujo left the Oilers to win fights off Kafad, win a hysterical, laughing starts, regains composure. I like that he's included all the different actions that are required.
Well,
to win a cup.
He wasn't going to win one in Edmonton. He didn't win one anywhere else, as far as I can remember. So
no, he went to Detroit and had tried to take a crack at it. He tried to take a crack at it in Toronto. There were some good Toronto teams while he was there. Detroit was right in a weird zone because they had like 2 guys that are like, I don't know if you consider Cujo to have been a Hall of Fame goaltender, but you have a guy who was very good, who was a great guy in the 90s. And then you also had, I want to say he was right around the time they also had Hasek. So they had this weird, they were right in the same, they might have been ships passing in the night, but it was very close. Like I know they were on the team right around the same time period. And it was a weird mix where you're like, on paper, this should be really good. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if they ever were on the same team at the same time, but regardless, even if they were ships passing in the night, like it was close enough that it's like, look, either way, you had 2 good, really good goaltenders, back to back, and it was like, why didn't you win? It was close, but it should have been. So I don't know. And by the way, I like that it extends to the second one to continue the cackling. So I appreciate that we had the whole bit and then it continues. It's almost $1 million manish. I'm appreciating that.
Yeah, right. I think he's just hurt that Cujo left the Oilers, his precious Oilers. I think he's still mad. That's what that shows. That shows that he still has a lot of feelings about that.
Paul has some anger in his heart sometimes.
Yeah,
there's a little there.
He still has some feelings about that situation.
Yeah, so I'm just looking up Cujo's stats just to refresh my memory. 454 wins. That's real good.
Yeah, I thought, if you got over 300 wins, this is a good shot. You belong in the Hall of Fame.
I think it hurt him that he never quite made it over the hump. That's what I think kind of hurt his situation there.
No, I think he belongs in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so I'm just looking here. He was in the 0-2 Red Wings. They got lost in the conference quarterfinals. He was in the 0-3 Red Wings. Where did that go? They lost in the semifinals. And let's see, what was the last year? No, they had the 2 years in Detroit. Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe Hasek was right after, maybe, or maybe before. I can't remember. I get the timing all wrong.
It looks like Jeff has your answer.
Oh, here we go. After the 0-2 Cup. Okay, so they were ships passing in the night. So Hasek retired, and then he came right after, and they couldn't replicate it. Got it. I knew it was something like that. I knew it was close, but I something like that. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that.
Well, you got, Hasek is on a different planet, and
no doubt. But it's not like Joseph. Like Joseph was a very, very, very good goaltender.
But what I was going to say is Hasek retired.
Yeah.
Okay. And he was on a different planet. And in 2002, Cujo had been in the league for a long time. He came in 1990. So in 2002, he's been in the league a long time, faced a lot of shots, beat up his body. You can't really compare him to Hasek, who's just on a different level than just about everybody else that ever played.
Oh, here you go. Here's something interesting. I thought so. It wasn't my imagination. Hasek retired, but then he played 14 games in 03-04. So he came back and played 14 games in 03-04.
Where? Like Ottawa?
No, in Detroit.
In Detroit? Oh, okay.
That's why I was like thinking, like, I swear Yeah, here we go. At age 39, 2003, 2004, Detroit, 14 games played, 8 wins, 3 losses, 2 ties. So he was on that 03 team, and so was Cujo. So he played 31 games.
I don't remember him coming out of retirement.
Oh well, he did because he went until 0102 and he played. Hold on, I got it here. You go forward.
I wasn't doubting that he did. I just saying I don't remember that.
Yeah, because it was after that I think that he played in Ottawa. Here I got it. Okay, so 2001, 2002, Detroit. He wins 41 games and leads the league. Age 37, comes back for 14 games in 0304. Then he comes back in 0506 in Ottawa and plays 43 games. 0607 at age 42, he plays in Ottawa and wins 38 games.
Yeah, he's different level. He's different level, yeah. Man.
And then plays in 0708 at age 43 the last 2 years was in Detroit. So one Ottawa and then 0607 and 0708 in Detroit. So he retired, came back, went to Ottawa for a year, then spent his last 2 years in Detroit, and was won the Jennings Trophy at age 43.
Yeah, he's a whole different level.
Yeah. So it was a good little last chapter to his career there. He goes, what the hell? I'll come back and do a couple more things.
I'd like to get something like this from him. I don't have any Hasek stuff other than his rookie cards that are worthless because of the overprinting. I don't have anything else. Maybe I'll look into seeing if I can get something like that from him.
That late aughts era probably means that he would have had a chance to be in some nice sets because if he played until 07, 08, that means he had a chance to potentially be in some interesting sets because the Cup was around by then. So I don't know if they were able to get any of them in the product, but he was at least around. At least was still playing a little bit there at the tail end. So it's kind of interesting. But regardless, it was weird because Curtis Joseph's, I think, claim to fame, other than his brief time in Toronto and having some success in a couple places. He did some stuff in St. Louis. He was the goaltender when Edmonton did beat Dallas that one time during that run when they were basically playing each other every year in the playoffs. So that was where Joseph managed to help them steal the series there. And then the other times Dallas was able to beat them en route to having some runs. But I remember every year it was Edmonton. I was like, I'm sick of these guys. It's always a pain in the ass. See, you just get tired of seeing the same team over and over again in the playoffs. Like, the annual Edmonton thing. Now we got to do that again.
Well, with no surprise, his patch autos are expensive.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, I would think so. And Hasek, a lot of those European players have like rabid fan bases. Like people who collect Fedorov, people who collect Pavel Bure, people who collect some of these players. It's like they're insane, and they'll throw money at it.
Right.
So it's one of those things where it's sneaky. People would be like, "Wait, why?" It's like, dude, some of those collectors are hardcore.
I mean, even the Leaf ones are expensive. The cheapest one is a Leaf 22-23 in the game out of 8 for $75, which isn't bad, right? Sticker auto, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, not terrible.
But then they all start going up into the hundreds and then quickly into the 200s, 300s, quickly after that, 4. I mean, I got it from lowest to highest,
Right.
And it doesn't take long to get up into the 500s. So I don't see myself paying for that.
Oh, for that kind of money, you could probably get yourself a nice little rainbow of hot dog Hulk Hogan cards.
But I can get an upper deck via player 98.99, which ends in 3 days. It's only at $2.25. I can get his auto cheap.
Oh yeah, the Be a Player ones aren't bad, and 98.99 Be a Player was actually a fun one. It's got a nice foil to it, and if the autograph is clean, those are actually pretty cool autos. So those are actually pretty good ones. A little trickier come by. I had a lot of fun with those ones back then. But that was a situation where, because it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier tonight with Billy, where a lot of people want more autographs in some of their products to feel like they're getting value. But the problem is, if you put too many autographs in the product and you make it too easy to pull, then what happens when you get some rando? And you're sitting there like, well, you got an autograph. And, that Be a Player product was one autograph per pack. But then at the same time, it's like, there's a lot of guys, there's a lot of SP Signature Legends on this checklist. There's a lot of them. You're just sitting there going like, is that what you really wanted? Yes, I guess so. Well, that's what you're getting. One per pack. That's what you're getting right now. And then good luck moving it. But I was proud of myself, Eric. From my ComC sales this past week or so, I was actually able to sell. This was on the 30th. So there was a little run of cards I sold on the 30th. And one of them was $98.99 in the game, be a player, the silver autographs, Andre Zusin. The Andre Zusin.
Oh, well, as long as it's the.
Come on, dude. Don't you remember the Andre Zusin
No.
of the San Jose Sharks? Come on, look.
No. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. If I pull that out, that's going to be hysterical. Hold on.
Andre Zusin. That is your player card? Yep.
Just looking at it, I don't remember the guy's name, but just looking at it, I'm like, do I have that?
$98.99 be a player, and you're looking for a San Jose Shark player who wore number 20. That's what you're looking for. Andre Zusin.
Here's my section of be a player.
He's got a section.
Yeah,
I see be a player Millennium.
Be a player. I got Patrick Elias in gold, Pierre Turgeron. I got Randy McKay, Daryl Sidor, Marcus Nielsen, Matt Higgins, Matthew Dandino, Yuri Lettinen, Sean Chambers.
I was going to say, you got a couple of Dallas Stars in there?
Yeah.
And Daryl Sidor?
Sean Donovan, Mark Denis, and Mateus Oland. I don't see any. I don't. Oh, wait, hold on. I just found some more. I got Hey Duke, rookie, and
he was a really good player for a while there.
Yep.
And that's the gold version, which is slightly tougher.
Yep, I have that. I have both. It looks like.
Yeah, exactly. So there's your silver and gold auto.
Yep.
Simon 466 cars here. Good evening. I bought a Be a Player pack in the 90s and got a Magnus Ragnarsson auto. Exactly. I did not buy a second pack. Fair. But that was the point I was making, was that people were all about that one auto per pack. And by the way, they're on-card autos, no stickers.
Does that look familiar?
Yeah. That's the Luke I think I sent you, right?
Yeah, I got that from you.
Yeah. Which, by the way, is still a nice card. You're getting an on-card auto, 600 goal scorer. Like,
here's a Cujo autograph. You know,
see, that Be a Player is at least a little fun because you got NHLPA.
But you can't see any of the autos on any of them.
Yeah, but it was a bad design choice to have the dark section because it makes it too hard to see.
Oh, wait a minute. There's another one. Igor Larionov.
Yeah, and a gold one. Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you, I got the princely sum of $1.03 for that Andre Zusin.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I think I got that one as part of a bulk lot that I picked up, where at that point I had nothing left into it, and it was like 30, and it was 35 cents to input it, and I got $1.03. So I was like, I'll take my 65 cents profit. That's a win.
It is. I'm trying to see. I don't think I have any more.
Yeah, that's one of those spots where ComC actually works really well. If you've got something dirt cheap and you're able to submit it for dirt cheap, then you can make it $1 or $2, and you still walk away with a little bit. At least you get the credit to pick up something else if you want to. That's usually what I take advantage of it for. That's what it works best for me.
Oh well, I could have sworn when you put that San Jose card up, I'm like, oh my god, that looks so familiar. I think I have that.
The dream was averted. We got close, but it didn't happen.
I don't even know it's. I honestly don't know it's in that box really. I just went through it real quick, and it was like, oh my god, I own this. This is mine. I don't remember this. That's nice.
That seems to be a reoccurring theme with you.
I have too much stuff, man. I've been collecting for too long, and it adds up.
By the way, I had I don't know if you get those, but I get the alerts from eBay sometimes where the seller goes like, "Oh, so and so seller has got this card on sale, 10% off, 20% off, whatever." And most of the time, I'll kind of ignore it, whatever. I won't pay too close attention to it.
Most of the time,
but I followed some cards on there that occasionally I'll get, and then one of the ones. So this will be one of the lots that'll be coming not this time around, but next round from Ship My Cards next time around. And this one, I wouldn't have bothered with it except the price was fun on it. So this is a Synergy card. This is one of the post-playing days, one of those cards. But the thing about the Synergy is that the base set is super low numbered. What they did is, because Synergy is one of those sets that they came up with that was super weird from Upper Deck. The base cards for the veterans here are numbered to 12. Those are the base cards. Those are the base cards.
Wow.
And some of the parallels are numbered way higher. So getting the parallels easier than the base card.
Wow.
So when they put a discount on this, I'm like, all right, fine, I'll take the freaking base card number to 12. Thanks. So that'll be one that's coming in.
12 out of 12.
12 out of 12.
Nice.
Bookend one. But I was like, you know what? That falls under the category of, do I need it? No. But when you made it available to me at a price, it's one of my favorite things about collecting. Is there a price point where I'm interested on some things? Yes. But sometimes you got to go like this. Price. Nope. Price. No, not really. Price. Keep going. Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Oh, God, yeah.
You can get to a price on some of this stuff where, like, you know what? For that price, I will take it. I'm not going to kill myself for it, but if you bring the price down to that level, okay. For that price, I'll take it. Maybe now looks like you're playing blackjack in the photo. Maybe he is. I just thought it was one of those ones where it's like, what the hell? But it's become interesting because for the playing days, especially the first 10 years, the checklist has gotten so small. It's gotten so tight that I'm like, I got to start looking at some of the other stuff because I'm sitting there like, I've got almost 2,700 cards. When the ComC thing comes in, I have like 20 or 30 Medanos in that mail that's going to come in. So it's going to get me close to 2,700 different. So I'm sitting there like, okay, so what's the next real milestone? 2,750, 2,800. Can I get to 3,000? That's like something I'm kind of looking at off in the distance. If I get the newer stuff, sure, I can get to 3,000. But playing days, can I get to 3,000 with more playing day stuff? Maybe. But after that, it's like that may be the last real big milestone, because after that, I don't know if I want to spend a lot of money on some of the stuff that's there. It's like, do I need this? Not really. 3,000 is a lot. 3,000 is a lot of cards. Do I really need that much more?
Yeah.
If it doesn't fit one of the main things that I'm looking for,
right?
I don't know about that. I'm not going to retire from it, but I'm certainly giving some thought into how far I want to go beyond that. But I like the 3,000 number. In my mind, I like how a nice round number. And then I just pick up one or two here and there from then on.
A monster box is 3,000, right?
Depends. You got you can get the 3,200 count.
Yeah.
That's what, yeah.
So and
that's one of those.
And that's with no, protection on the cards. That's just cards.
Yeah.
So you basically have a monster box full of Medanos.
And all different, no duplicates.
Yeah.
Which is, it's a lot.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. It's something I'm looking into. BCW came up with those, like that great plastic dual drawer thing that they got going on. But they've got ones now. Apparently, they're going to have ones that can hold graded slabs as well.
Okay.
But they're also modular, so you can actually connect them. So turn it into like a little thing. And I was looking at that and going like, so I've got my Z Folios, and they're really good for housing a lot of the cards. But there's other ones that are in top loaders and stuff that are even one touches that are like the nicer cards. But if I could get a couple of those modular things, connect them together with the little drawers, I could probably sort through some of the top loader stuff and the one touch stuff and put them into those drawers and just sort them in, a year order. And then there you go, because they're modular. I can just go and sort them out, and then I'd have enough room, and then I wouldn't have to put them in the cardboard type boxes. I'd already have them there, little drawer. I want to find it, then I can be like, pull this drawer, here it is.
Yeah,
they're all in order. So I'm like, that's kind of interesting. Maybe if they've got the ones that do the graded ones, though, then we might be in business, because then I could have it in the drawer as well, and then that would be enough. I'd be able to stack up enough of them to fill out the rest. Make it easier to find.
Get in touch with your connection at BCW.
I'd have to figure out the shipping thing. I already have enough trouble with Billy whenever I ask him for AEW stuff, and I have to get him to push it on his mule.
Have him bring it to Toronto.
Yeah, that might be. You have to hide it under his hat.
Yeah,
he might be able to fit it all in there.
It's possible.
That would work out. That would work out. All right, guys. So we'll hang out and chat for just a couple more minutes. We'll get right to the top of the hour, so to speak. And then, Eric, very exciting for me.
Yes.
Because at midnight Eastern,
yes,
continuing Poker Go coverage of the main event. I'm in. I'm gonna grab a snack and sit here. They got Phil Hellmuth. It's oh my god, I'm getting excited.
I want to know how many boxes of cards that idiot opened so far. I hope he loses like super fast, and he doesn't even get a chance to open them.
He might. I don't know. It's no limit Texas Hold'em, so you can go all in at any time. Like you can end the thing like 5 seconds after he makes his declaration. He could go all in and lose it all. Like it could go fast. So you got to be super. That's why I said a moment ago that for the other players, it might not be a bad idea to slow it down. Like for them, especially in the early phases, that's so I don't know if you're too familiar with how the main event goes these days. They've got so many players that day one is broken up in like 4 or 5 pieces now. Different players are playing all these different day parts, but it's all considered day one. But what happens is they're basically doing these little mini tournaments and everybody's eliminating each other. And once they get to a certain number of players, they'll move on to day 2 where everybody gets conglomerated, and then day 3 and day 4 and day 5. But what happens is you're starting with so many players that by the time you're done, I wouldn't be surprised if the first place prize pool gets close to 10 million again, because it's a big win for the winner at the end. But you're gonna have to run the gauntlet. You're gonna be playing poker, trying not to make mistakes for like a week straight.
No thanks.
And then you're hoping to get to that final table, because it's not physical. Well, it might be physical as well, because you're sitting there trying to like keep yourself relaxed, trying not to, because you're just sitting so damn long that you're just tense.
Yeah,
that's why they have masseuses that literally can have people come by and help loosen you up a little bit. But at the same time, it's like after you've been doing that for so long, you don't even want to look at cards. Your brain's tired. You're just trying, and you're trying not to make a critical error, because your game can end at any time, because you can go all in. You made a mistake, and that's it. You screwed up. You played for all these days, and you made a dumb error at the worst possible time. Fatigue. My nerves get to me at the casino playing poker. Think I'll need to stick to online. Yeah. And that's the thing. While you're trying to avoid making a mistake, the other players are staring at you looking for signs of weakness. Anything they can exploit psychologically when the moment is right, the better players know how to exploit that. They're smart, because they'll play into your insecurities or your arrogance, and they'll lull you into false sense of security, and then all of a sudden it's the really good players don't even need good cards. They just need to be able to read your body language and figure out if you're good or not, because they'll play on your fear, especially if they're players who already have money. They don't care about the money. And you're looking at life-changing money. Well, how nervous does that make you?
Yeah,
you're prone to mistakes. It's psychological more than it is any other kind of game. It makes it fun for me because you can see who the good players are and who actually knows what they're doing.
I don't know the first thing about it, to be honest. I didn't grow up in a family that played cards, and I didn't really even see cards getting played until college, and it didn't really interest me. And then as I got older, I had guys that I think when the first poker boom, when it was online and on TV, when it really started hitting, in the early 2000s or something.
Yeah.
And it was on ESPN 24 hours a day. That first boom, I'd get invited to poker games just to hang out, and I'd try to watch and learn and figure it out. And, I'd ask questions and things like that when they weren't playing for real and they didn't mind me, being involved. I'm like, yeah, guys, I don't get it.
You should just say, go fish.
I was saying all sorts of silly things like that. We all had a good laugh. I was thinking one night in particular. Yeah, we all had a good laugh. And then it was like, I think it's time for me to go sit back over there and watch the Celtics. And they're like, yeah, I think it is too.
So I just got a notification, Eric. Ship My Cards has declared that one of the cards has come in. I don't know if you guys are ready. This is going to be right at the end of the show here. I'm going to show Grail of Grails. You ready? Grail of Grails.
Grail of Grails.
Chosen Rosen in the zebra pattern.
Oh, God.
Yes.
I hope you didn't pay any money for that.
Not much. So good.
Oh my God.
Have a good night, Zach. Take it easy. That's what gets me. I play 1 or 2 no limit at the casino, but they'll raise it to $30 pre-flop. They throw around so much money. Yeah. Some of those games are loose. Like players, there are some players there who just like to gamble, and they'll build up a big stack in a cash game. They'll build up a big stack, and the point is to intimidate you because they're being reckless. So really, in a certain way, it's advantageous because if you're playing solid and they're being reckless, you can take advantage of their recklessness. And if the cards fall right for you, you can punish them because they're going to consistently put themselves in a bad situation where eventually they're going to start losing some coin tosses. And if you're better than a coin toss, well, then you're going to win more often than you're going to lose, and you're going to win big stacks of cash all at once because they're trying to be intimidated with a big chip stack, but they're basically just blowing through cash super quick. And that was when I did get a chance to go to Vegas for that one trip. I played in a couple of the quicker tournaments, and they were quicker because it's really bad players, because a lot of them just get into these little sit and goes. And I sat down, and my buddy was like, okay, so what's your strategy? I go, very easy. All I'm going to do, I'm watching these guys. They're being ridiculous. So all I'm going to do is if I get a premium hand, I'll play it aggressively. Anything else, I'll toss it. My goal is just to sit back and let them eliminate each other. Let them car crash into each other. And the survivor will be already injured along the way. And then I'll go and pick the bones. And all I had to do was just sit back and wait. Some of these guys were building up these big chip stacks, but players were getting eliminated left and right super quickly. So we were playing like 30 or 40 players in it. And I got to the final table very quickly. And then we got to the final 3. We just did a split pot. So I basically cashed out. I think entry was like $100 or whatever. And I think I made like 1,500.
Oh, nice.
And I was playing for like 2 hours, and you get free drinks.
Wow.
So I was like, okay, cool, man. Like, but all I had to do was, Eric, my great strategy was don't be reckless, because I was watching them be so reckless that all I had to do is I stay out of the car crashes, just stay out of the way.
Yeah.
Let them crash into each other. And you have to get lucky on a couple of hands, but that's the game anyway. You have to get lucky on a couple of hands. But as long as you avoid the car crashes, let them crash into each other because they're going to do it. And just don't be reckless. And you can get pretty far just on that. My homie will have some of that. A $5 raise from me might as well be $50 from other players. Yep. It's strategery.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. Zach will sit around and wait. Style is disrespectful, so I stopped going. Here you go. But yeah, you can do that. You can 100% do that. A different table, though, you watch somebody, you sit there and you look around and everybody's doing that exact thing. They're all staying pat. Well, then maybe you should be the aggressor then, because then everybody's just going to fold to you. So you got to figure out what the situation is. Every table is going to be a little different. If you've got a maniac, you can take advantage of that. If everybody's a maniac, well, then you can take advantage of that too. But you need to get a little lucky, because otherwise they'll all car crash into each other all at once. But it's fun. It's a good time. And plus free drinks is good.
Well, yeah, but you really want to get drunk while you're playing poker? That doesn't seem like a smart thing to do.
If you're playing anything that's going to take less than 2 hours and you can hold your drink, Eric, it takes a lot of damn beer, especially when we're talking about the beer they have there. It takes a lot of damn beer. I need to drink for like 6 hours just to even get a buzz. My town, everyone's a maniac. Yep. Have a good night, Jeff. Take her easy.
Bye, Jeff. Thanks for coming.
All right. So as we wind her down here, episode 195, the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is.
Oh, God damn it.
Getting so close to 600, Eric. It's so exciting. Now I got to figure out. Next week is actually my birthday episode.
It is.
I got to have my birthday spectacular. Hold on.
Birthday spectacular.
Oh, of course. Listen. It'll just be a heavy dose of Eric's favorite thing in the world. It'll be the wait, do I have it here? Let's see. Do I have it? Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I just love that I've got it on my little soundboard. That's all I need.
That's perfect.
It works out. But yes, no, next week should be good. I will report back if everybody. I will report back if the ComC thing comes in, because it's looking moving pretty quick. I'm thinking the week after minimum, because I think maybe they ship it out next week. If they do, then maybe the week after. That's still pretty good.
Yeah.
I was hoping before the end of the month, so I was like, okay, we're in good shape so far. Sounds good. Yep. Time goes by so slowly. For some it does. For some it does.
Yeah.
what's funny is it's 195 in this version of the count, but then there's the other series which doesn't count towards it. The impromptus don't count towards it. It's probably closer to 250 real live streams if you add everything up. So we got that. Plus, we're not even counting Hobbypalooza, which is a live stream. It was done somewhere else, but it doesn't count towards that count. It's a different thing. But we'll see. We'll give everybody a chance to be scandalous. We've got another couple of weeks, and then after that, I want to say the National is what, the last week of July?
I don't know. I think it's the 28th week, the weekend of the 28th or something.
Yeah,
so we're getting there. I don't know, Eric. Are you gonna be making some comfortable shoe videos? Like, are we getting there? Like, what's going on?
I think any responsible hobby influencer who does YouTube needs to make a comfortable shoe video. I just don't think you're doing the community justice unless you do a video telling people you need to wear comfortable shoes at the National.
So can I give it? So now that we're late and no one's watching, I'd like to give some advice to some of the hashtag influencers out there. I think you should do the comfortable shoe video, but like be a jerk, and all the shoes that you're talking about are like clogs.
Yeah, it hasn't even been sanded. You get splinters.
Yeah, it's just like find the most ridiculous footwear there is, and then sit there and like straight face sell it. Like, these are the comfortable shoes you need for the National.
Yep.
Think about it.
You know, the most comfortable pair of shoes I have is a pair of steel toe work boots. They're heavy and they tire your legs out if you had to walk around, but it's like walking on air, man. I put those things on. I'm like, oh, why don't I wear these all the time? Oh yeah, because they weigh like 100 pounds a piece.
Have you considered trying to use them while you bicycle? It would keep you like way to the ground, and maybe the bicycle would just like go into the ground, and then you basically would be like stuck in place. But then you can't crash it if it can't leave the starting gates.
That's you're always thinking.
Now, listen, I got ideas, man. I got ideas.
Oh, I rode today for the first time. I went in the garage. I did a half an hour. I got 10 miles in a half an hour. Felt okay. Definitely felt as if my leg was a little like straining. You know, my calf was straining, but it didn't go up. It's kind of just. So I kept an eye on it, paid a lot of attention, said I'm only going to go in a half an hour. That's it. Went in, showered quickly, came out, iced it for like a half an hour. And it feels pretty good. So I may try again tomorrow.
Well, you'll be proud of me, Eric. I do actually, for all the jokes we have, I have a workout room there with a treadmill and a bike and a bicycle and some weights and everything. And I got on the bike the other day because I was like, all right, let me get a little exercise here. And I went on that bike for like 6 solid minutes. And I was like, enough of this bullshit. I'm bored. And then I just got on the treadmill. I'd rather just walk. I'd rather just walk and listen to the podcast. I hate biking unless I'm outside and actually going anywhere.
Right. I usually do an hour. So, I did only a half an hour. I wasn't going to push it. I'm horribly out of shape. Like I said earlier, out of 6 months of this year, I've been in bed 4.5 of them. And I mean, literally laying in bed all day, every day, 4.5 months. Whether it be my back, recovering from the back surgery, the flu that I got after that, or tearing my calf now. I estimated 4.5 months out of 6. I'm woefully out of shape. I've gained a ton of weight. And
you're old.
And I'm 50. I turned 50 in bed. So that was great. In March. So that sucked. So yeah, I'm just kind of hopefully just take it slow, see, listen to my calf and do what it tells me. And when it's fully healed, get back out there and try to get back into shape. But it sucks. I've just been doing this the whole year.
I think if I commit myself to it, I think I can get to 1 hour on the bike for the remainder of the year.
Well, the remainder
combined, because I get real bored. on the treadmill, I don't mind so much because honestly, it's just I basically just get in a rhythm. I'm just listening to podcasts. I'm just like, I've got a window there. I can just look outside. I'm like, yeah, whatever. because if I'm just a treadmill, I'm just walking, just chilling, do my thing. But yeah, on the bike, it doesn't work the same way for me. The national for me this year, I'll go to the expo first. There you go. They says Victor had a comfortable shoe video last year. We're gonna need another comfortable shoe video. Maybe involving clogs.
Need it.
Maybe involving clogs.
Yep, need it. Have to have it.
Hey, listen, that's exciting content to look forward to. We can only hope for the best. Anyway, all right, that's it. All right, folks, hope you enjoyed. It is now Saturday in the East Coast, so have yourselves a great weekend. Enjoy. And I think for some of you, I don't know if a bunch of you had the Friday off and everything for the, July the 4th, and then took the rest of the week off. So if it's a long weekend for you, enjoy that. For everybody else, Name and everybody else out on the West Coast, you still got more time. So get back to drinking, get back to slacking, do whatever you do. I don't even know. Get on a bike for 6 minutes. That's the real thing to do.
Yeah.
That's basically the same as an hour. If you use Carlos Senior roundup math, 6 minutes, that's almost 10 minutes. That's like 15 minutes if you really think about it. 15 minutes, Eric, that's like halfway to half an hour.
Yeah.
Half an hour is halfway to an hour. Oh my God. I basically bike for an hour.
Yeah.
It's basically there.
That's how I see it.
Yep. That's frankly the logic that we need to be thinking about. Anyway, it's back next week. I'll have my one streamer button going. That'll be very exciting. And I will have fresh beer, more importantly, for the birthday. Spooktacular.
Spooktacular.
I like making everything a spooktacular. So why not? We'll make it a spooktacular. All right, that's it. Have yourselves a good one. We'll talk to everybody. Thanks for Billy Celio for popping in. And of course, the Burrell from the Garage of Knowledge, as always. And the chat. Thank you all for hanging out. We appreciate you. Have yourselves a good night, and we'll catch you in the next one.
Thanks, everybody.